Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have an invocation by Councilmember Joy. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
September 9th has a special significance to our country's history. It was the day in 1776 the Second Continental Congress declared through resolution that we would be the United States of America. Previously, we were referred to as the United Colonies. Even though the Declaration of Independence mentioned the United States, September 9th, 1776 was the formal vote to declare our nation's name. This great act of determination was accomplished by the sacrifice of many lives, even those who were not granted our declared freedoms. With great aspiration comes great challenges. May we rise to the occasion of this significant date. I wish to express gratitude to the work of all of our city staff, without whom we would not have a thriving community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that piece of history. Very interesting. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Shaw?
Here.
Gulick?
Here.
Neese?
Present.
Owen?
Here.
Joy?
Present.
Kennedy?
Here.
Aspenleiter?
Excused.
Tidswell?
Here.
Boyette?
Here.
Rupsis?
Here.
Mayor Cole?
Here. Councilmember Shaw is with us online. So, Councilmember Shaw, if we do not see your hand go up, or if I fail to recognize you, please feel free to interject. And if other council members see her hand or waving frantically, please let me know. First item up then are our minutes from August 12th. Minutes from August 26th are pending. So, is there a motion relating to the minutes of August 12th, 2024? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the August 12th, 2024 minutes as read.
Second by Councilmember Tidswell. Any discussion? If in favor of the motion for approval, minutes of August 12th, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Council courtesies this evening. I'd like to start us off. We're privileged to have State Representative Mike Yakowicz with us. Before he was state representative, he had the more esteemed position of city council member. But former council member Yakowicz, good to have you. And you've been very active in the area of behavioral health. We're looking forward to hearing from you. So it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate your hard work and effort. Mike Yakowicz, Y-E-K-A-W-I-C-H. I represent House District 51. And I must be remiss that the people, as you will later be talking about suicide prevention, are awesome. Joan Nye and all others, and now the Darkness Walk is just incredible that they do what they do. Council, I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but I do want to let you know that government actually can do good things. And I have to give credit to Representative Bob Keenan and Senator John Esp and Director, Vice Chair of our commission, Charlie Brereton, and the many who are on both sides of the aisle, legislators who are Democrat and Republican working together. House Bill 872, I'm sorry it was kind of late, but I sent you the document on the draft that we gave to the governor last week. And on page 7 of your document is also alludes to or leads to the high end of what we achieved. And I came here about a year ago to share about some of the things that we were planning on doing and to do. And I have to say that the commission worked very hard throughout the entire state to do literally hundreds of meetings, town hall meeting even here in Billings, to Zoom and video meetings around the state, to travel into Missoula, Havre, Glendive. I personally drove to Glendive to meet with the hospital up there. And what we're finding is, yes, on one hand, we're facing a great crisis in behavioral health. From the increase of drugs and the impact of children to domestic violence that you're well aware of and how it's impacting trauma and families, to PTS and the challenges we face with drug cartels and others in our community. And so it creates, unfortunately, a perfect storm for people who are struggling with acute, high-level challenges. And so we, as a legislature, and to the governor, to all the legislators on both sides of the aisle, invested $300 million to help address this. And I have to say that the clarion call from legislators or from people around the community was, thank you. I allude to it like a can of soda we popped the cork and a little bit of, people are listening. My kids need help. Our parents need help. Our families need help. So what are some of the high-level things? Maybe just 3 of these. That we had 11 initiatives that were by the bill. We didn't have to go to special session. It was approved by the commission based upon what we talked about with the people in the communities, and then signed by the governor. One is acute needs for kids. There's a lot of kids who need help, and we have the beds, but we don't have the money. So we've invested actually, this is very inspiring. It was originally 10 million. We added 5 more million because there was such a great call and use of these grants. And why it's important, and unfortunately, a lot of you or all of you don't have that situation with a child, but when my son or my daughter is in need, we don't want to ship them out of state. We want to help them here within the state. Other things, like what's very interesting, is called fit to proceed. So we have people who come to court, and the judge says, I don't know if you need to go to correction or you need behavioral health help, but you need a fit to proceed, which can bottleneck, and people are sitting in jail here for sometimes months and months waiting to go to the hospital, state hospital. So the money we invested, I have here, is $7 million to hire people locally, to evaluate them locally, and then get them on to fit to proceed in one direction or another. These are just some of the examples. And one that's quite inspiring to me is investing in education in Frontier Montana. I mean, we have a lot here in Billings, but Weebo, maybe Glasgow, other places, sheriffs who are working hard in these areas don't know how to deal with schizophrenia, just delusional, or some kind of psychosis. And so we're providing education for them out there. Usually, Bob, who has some kind of challenge, will be sent to emergency room or jail. But if the sheriff and others know and have that education, then they can quickly take care of that person, or more rapidly take care of that person and know where they go. So these are some of the high-level things. Really, I'm very hopeful. This document has a long ways to go, but we're seeing also grant stabilization for crisis need. Now, some people ask you, and maybe some of the council asked me, can some of this money be used locally? Yes, it can be. The key to this is grant writing. And Representative Owens, you know that well. You know, you have to have right, you have to apply right. And so that's why I behoove our city to look at these grants, see where they're at, and then I'm happy to, and other legislators can help with this, because we have to apply for the grants. The money's there. We just have to know how to apply for it. So I don't want to take up a lot of your time, Mayor. The other part is that we have 22 initiatives that are coming forward that we're working on too, that these will probably more than likely be brought before the session. But things like waiting lists, you know, sometimes people are on a waiting list for a long time in order to get needs. We want to spend money into this, invest money, and rapidly get people on their way. We're also looking at far things like transportation. If Bob needs a ride from Glendive to Billings, often the case is that he can't get a ride, and so transportation's a struggle. And it's both bad for Bob, he can't make it to the place, or I should say Mike, whatever. I'm not picking on Bob. But also the other part of it is, if he misses his appointment, then the medical treatment doesn't get any reimbursement. So it's a loss for each. So we're working on a lot of things, helping work on behavioral health needs for our state. So I would love to share more, but one last one I could just say is a family peer support, which is really a rock star happening in our community and throughout our state, where families who have gone through suicide situations, gone through drug situations, and they can be now peer support. And we find there's a lot of success in that family peer support, and we're investing a lot of money in that. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Yakowicz. Thank you for your service and for the interim committee. We invite you to continue to play a role with our Legislative Affairs Committee. We're going in the next session. We appreciate your partnership and want to work together on all of these efforts. If I could just offer or ask one basic question, I think is important. These are permanent problems. These are not one-time problems, and these dollars may be great, and even if we apply and we can get them, but it's hard to build a program on dollars that are here today and gone tomorrow. Can you make any predictions about what the future might hold in these areas that we can have some confidence that this won't be a one-time effort?
Right. Well, to the credit of the commission and to DBHHS, they actually put a fiscal note on these 22 recommendations. So why that's important is that some are one term only, and some will be brought to the legislature, letting them know that it will be need help going down the road. So in one hand, I'm very optimistic that we actually are addressing the issue now, because as we look around the state, a lot of people are saying, wow, we didn't know that people knew what was going on. And so this is the first step, is getting our legislators well aware. We're well aware of oil, agriculture, education, even housing to some degree, but behavioral health. Even we used to call people have mental health issues, or would call it crazy, or now we're getting to that level of education that behavioral health is mind and body and spirit or soul, or there's a combination that we need to address. So what gives me hope in answering your question is that they're more keen where we need to invest the money and how we invest it wisely, because I have to give credit to Charlie Brereton. He doesn't just want to throw money against the wall and then it just goes anywhere. So I'm hopeful in this case that we're hopefully in the next session as well. The commission has 3 years to continue on with legs, and I hope that our legislature will continue to support that.
Very good. Appreciate your service.
Thank you
very
Mayor.
much.
Thank you, Council.
Very good. We're in council courtesies. Council, any other items of council courtesy? We do want to recognize another former city council member, Jim Ronquillo, who is Mike Yakowicz's left-hand man here, I guess, like that. Welcome, former council member Ronquillo. Anything other from council? Okay, we'll move on. We do have 2 proclamations this evening. First, we will have our Suicide Prevention Day proclamation, and then our rally for our community from United Way. So the proclamation for Suicide Prevention Day reads as follows. And feel free to come forward. We're going to ask some representatives to make some comments here if they would like to. Whereas suicide is the 11th leading cause of death in the United States, the 7th leading cause of death in Montana, and the 2nd leading cause of death among Montanans between the ages of 10 and 44. And whereas the United States, there are 132 suicides per day, resulting in over 49,476 suicides per year. Whereas over 1.6 million suicide attempts are estimated to occur each year, and whereas Montana has the highest suicide rate in the nation per 100,000 population, or twice the national average. Whereas over 90% of the people who die by suicide have a diagnosable and treatable mental health condition, although often that condition is not recognized or treated. And whereas in 2020, suicide and non-fatal self-harm cost the nation over $500 billion in medical costs, work loss costs, value of statistical life, and quality of life costs. Whereas the stigma associated with mental health conditions and suicidality works against suicide prevention by discouraging persons at risk for suicide from seeking life-saving help, and further traumatizes survivors of suicide loss and people who lived experience of suicide. And whereas organizations such as the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention envision a world without suicide and are dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide through research, education, advocacy, and resources for those who've lost loved ones or struggle, and urge that we do the following. 1, recognize suicide as a preventable national, state, and local public health problem and declare suicide prevention to be a priority. 2, acknowledge that no single suicide prevention program or effort will be appropriate for all populations and communities. 3, encourage initiatives based on the National Strategy for Suicide Prevention and the most recent Montana Suicide Prevention Strategic Plan. 4, promote awareness that there is no single cause for suicide and that suicide must often or most often occurs when stressors exceed current coping capabilities or someone suffering from a mental health condition. And 5, finally, develop and implement strategies to increase access to quality mental health, substance abuse, and suicide prevention services. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, Montana, hereby proclaim Sunday, September 15, 2024, as Suicide Prevention Day in Billings to coincide with the Yellowstone Valley Out of the Darkness Walk for Suicide Prevention that will occur on that same day, beginning at Well James Middle School, and encourage us all to learn more about what we can do to prevent suicide. And with that, if we've got representatives, please come forward. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you so much for having us tonight and also for reading the proclamation. We sure appreciate you having proclaimed September 15th as Suicide Prevention Day. I'm Nancy Barbula, and I am chair for the event this year. And we will be celebrating 20 years in Yellowstone County for the Yellowstone Valley Out of the Darkness Walk, and we're pretty excited about that. And it will be at Will James Middle School. The event begins at 12:30. We will have about 23 community mental health resource tables there to give participants the ability to talk to them, get some resources that they might be able to use for loved ones, for themselves, for a loss they might have had. And also we've got silent auction, we've got kids activities, we have music. We're going to have a few special surprises. Being our 20th, we're gonna try to do a few special meaningful things. We do have a bead ceremony that we have that is very special. It brings everyone there together in community and to let them know that they're not alone. It's a pretty meaningful event. And then 2 o'clock, we will have our opening ceremony, then the walk begins. At 3 o'clock, new this year, is our closing ceremony. And we are very grateful to our sponsors, to the businesses who have provided support through silent auction, through other food and different avenues there, and then our individuals as well. And then for our volunteers and for the many hours that they have put in and will put in. And we sure hope that you'll all join us there on this Sunday, September 15th. And Joe will give you some information on the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention.
Thank you very much. Joan.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm very happy that I've been involved in suicide prevention since my son took his life 25 years ago this summer. And by luck and misfortune, Nancy Barbula experienced the similar situation, and I was able to recruit her to be involved with leadership roles with the walk in about 2008 or 2009. And the mayor has done an excellent job of mentioning some of the statistics that show how dreadful and how big the loss to suicide in this state is. And as he said, it's the second highest cause of death for people between age 10 and age 44, 10 to 44. What he didn't say is, through no fault of his own, that firearms play such a big role. This isn't about the Second Amendment, it's about safe, secure storage of firearms and ammunition separately, if at all possible, because firearms are responsible for 85% of the suicides in Montana and 65% of all suicides. Wait a minute, I don't know if I said that right. 65% of all suicides in this state are by firearms, but all deaths by firearms consist of from any cause. 85% of those are by firearms. So, no, I'm not saying that right. 85% of deaths by firearms are suicide, and 65% of the suicides are by firearms. So the important point here is that it's so important for everybody to learn to keep their firearms securely stored where, yeah, that means locked up, and the ammo separate. And it's one of many bits of education that the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention works on. Our pillars or core strategies are education, scientific research in suicide prevention, advocating policies to help mental health and suicide prevention issues, and supporting survivors of suicide loss and also people who are struggling with suicide. And you might wonder, well, why is there the support for people who've lost someone? It's because that is one of many risk factors for suicide. If you've lost someone to suicide, and many of us have after we got started talking about it. So this is just one thing that we learn as we teach one of our classes, and this is the most popular one or the primary one that is taught by volunteers of American Foundation for Suicide. Talk saves lives, because it does. Talking about it saves lives with others, and getting the person that you're worried about to talk about how they're feeling, and then knowing what to say back. These are just some of the classes. We also have ones to help people, to deal with people who need help dealing with their mental health issues, training survivors to facilitate loss support groups, and be able to give healing conversations to other survivors on the phone. Similar to, it's a form of peer support, just as Mike Yakovich talked about. And to talk to people and provide free literature at many conventions and educate all about the need for firearms secure storage. And AFSP they're not so proud that they think they can do it all. They work with many government agencies, other nonprofits. If you go on their website, as I did today, I was astonished. There were about 30 formal partners, and one of them is the National Sports Shooting Organization. So that shows that we're doing our best to educate people for whom guns are important in their lives, on the importance of the secure storage. So thank you very much for letting us speak today. And I want to assure everybody, when you are attending the walks for the support of American Foundation for Suicide Prevention and hopefully donating, but no donations are required, it's free to come and free to register on the website, afsp.org. But AFSP is the gold star and leading nonprofit organization for suicide prevention. Unlike many nonprofits, 80% of their donations go to the cause. They've been able to amass a great staff with different specialties over the years that I've been involved since 2004, but they keep sticking to that goal that we're not going to spend any more than 20% on administrative costs. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Joan, and thank you to all the volunteers with the foundation. We're confident that the walk on Sunday will go great. So thank you again for your service. Another proclamation we have this evening is in recognition of a day to rally for our community, and the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas for 64 years, United Way of Yellowstone County has been devoted to engaging the community and making a meaningful difference to improve people's lives. And whereas rallies for change, for crisis stabilization, for individuals battling with addiction, for the homeless and the hungry, and for the health and wellness of our community. And whereas United Way addresses the needs of Yellowstone County and improves lives by connecting and collaborating for a thriving community. And whereas United Way envisions a community where every person has the resources to reach their potential. And whereas volunteers are the backbone of our community, helping to produce tangible benefits for marginalized and underserved groups. And whereas United Way, along with all social service nonprofits, play a critical role in improving lives and alleviating suffering with our city's impoverished populations. And whereas United Way will host a community gathering to a one-of-a-kind celebration that celebrates impact, community spirit, and the power of giving at the community rally on September 12th. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of Billings, Montana, do hereby proclaim September 12, 2024 to be a day to rally for our community. It's my pleasure to welcome the Executive Director of the United Way, Kim Lewis, to make any comments you'd like. Kim.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for your ongoing support of United Way of Yellowstone County. Really, the event itself is summarized in the proclamation that you made, but I'd be remiss if I didn't extend gratitude and thanks to elected officials, business leaders, community volunteers, and donors that contribute to the United Way mission, which in turn contributes greatly to our community, both upstream and downstream. We're a convener, we're a funder, we're a partner, we're a neutral agency that helps get some work done. We're not the only agency in town that gets work done, but oftentimes people look to us to be an additional resource or that third foot of the stool to help move some of our human and social services forward. So we're appreciative of the effort, and because of that, this will be our third year that we are hosting our community rally. It is a free event, free food trucks, free all sorts of stuff. You name it, we've got it. But also, we do have a nonprofit alley, and what's important to us is that folks not only come out and have food and music, but actually see the humans and the groups that are making a difference in our community and figure out a way, some way, somehow, to get engaged, whether it's with United Way or another organization here in town that does great things to build strong kiddos, make our community safer, help our seniors stay in their homes longer, and simply just alleviate those suffering in a financial crisis. So thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck with the rally.
Thank you.
As we were wrapping up council courtesies, I saw a state representative and former city council member Larry Brewster come in without objection from the council. I'd kind of reopen council courtesies portion. If Councilmember Brewster, if you had anything relevant to the good of the order or upcoming legislative session, the microphone is yours.
It's a long ways away.
No?
Well, I first must say you're a handsome lot,
Yeah.
and it's good to see all of you again. I spent the last couple of days in meetings with a couple of small communities who are like you, working hard on infrastructure and having a hard time funding it. So it was, it's something the legislature is really interested in. Our local government interim committee will finish its work tomorrow. We asked the governor's committee for a number of, to give us their priorities on their recommendations. I think they decided to keep them for a while. And so we picked some of them ourselves, and we're working on those. And we'll come out with a list of bills that we're going to make committee bills tomorrow, and I'll be happy to provide you with a list of those. Some of them have to deal with TIF districts, property taxes, of course, and what to do about infrastructure in the state. So pretty interesting stuff. Revenue Committee, which I serve on as well, they're brought out a number of tax bills. And so there'll be a lot of merging going on of competing bills. But that won't happen probably till after the middle of the session. So, but it's a lot of interest in those things. I think they'll be the high priorities, along with renewal of Medicaid expansion. There's a lot of interest in that as well, and what that'll look like. So it'll be an interesting session. I think in the House, we've probably lost 30 members that will be new, which is a lot of people in that body. So there'll be a lot of training going on and helping new legislators get up to speed in a hurry. But most people think it'd be a challenging session. And I think we're all that are coming back are committed to solving some of these problems, or at least patching them up in a way that we can tolerate the increases and not be too reactive and do things that make you unable to govern. And so I think it's important to note those. But there's a lot of legislators that love their cities and look out for them pretty well. So anyway, I think those are the general highlights that I would have. I look forward to seeing you guys periodically this spring and winter, and come over and visit with us. If you haven't been there before, we'll give you a tour. So I don't know if you have any questions for me, but I think it's worth your while to take a look at the bills that come out of these two committees, because they're largely bills that will affect you one way or another. And they're worth your effort to look at them and offer input. So appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you for your service. And as you probably know, we do have our Legislative Affairs Committee. And so hopefully you can communicate with them and they can communicate with you. Maybe we can get you to one of those meetings and dig into some of those bills in a little more detail.
Well, Mike twisted my arm and said, come down and help me.
Yeah.
So here I am.
Yeah, and we heard from Representative Yakowicz. So again, appreciate your service. Is there anything for Larry from the council? If not, we'll just stay in touch.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Any council reports? Any members of council with a council report for body that you serve on behalf of the council? Council Member Owen.
Mayor, I don't have much of a report, but I do serve on this multi-jurisdictional jail subcommittee for the city. And I just wanted, since I haven't reported, I wanted people to know we're still meeting. There's still very intense ongoing conversations. The county has contracted a team to do jail needs assessment to understand capacity, types of beds. We are meeting very regularly. We have a day and a half of meetings this week. And I just wanted council to know those conversations are still very aggressive in terms of what kind of detention facilities are needed in this community, as well as what type of system improvements would help us move cases faster overall. Council saw in the email, the memo updates on the short-term holding facility, which we continue to talk about necessary system changes to make that work effectively when it is completed. But I just wanted to let council know that that conversation about what the future of Yellowstone County Detention Facility will be is ongoing and actually intensifying.
Great, thank you. And I think that's a good segue to our city administrator report. I know Chris wanted to at least comment on the county's letting of that contract. So anything else, Chris, for your report?
So Mayor and Council, yeah, I have 5 items. Let's start with that one just to continue that theme. So we do anticipate through the pre-construction meeting with the county, the contractors and architects, now I'm talking specifically about the short-term hold facility, that it's going to come through the development review process in 3 chunks. That first chunk came in last week, that being the foundation permitting side of the house. And I believe I have in my inbox a clear answer, but it's my 2 of the 3 components that approval are done and signed off on. And this is several weeks before contractors are able to mobilize, so the city will absolutely not be an impediment to them moving at their pace. So like Friday, unfortunately that report came after the weekly report went out. You can expect to see in the weekly, or just like Friday, an update on where things are in the application. So all things are moving forward there in a good pace at this point. I'm going to expect that to continue. We're going to continue to communicate regularly. That's the ask. Let's communicate with each other and let's report out on where things are. So the other 4 items, one is to give you an update, not new information, but I want to reiterate the information relative to utility bills. So again, to be clear, no shutoffs, no late fees. We will work with anybody relative to a payment plan if that 60-day window was just too much to handle from a cost perspective. We have 7 individuals answering the phone. We have 4 individuals responding to emails. about 750 emails. The request is, if you've sent an email with your question, please be patient. We're going to respond to every email, but don't feel the need to send a second, a third, or a fourth. We're working to catch up on those emails. Continues to be the case in the 60-day cycle. We're seeing that those bills are accurate. Just need to work through that reality check for some folks. What I've done, in fact, I just did it this morning to check. Since I'm on the automatic pay, I could go back to my bank and I can see what payments were made. And sure enough, there was no payment in the month of July because there was no bill in June. If you want to get an estimate to what this bill should look like, you really need to go back to last June and July and add about 15% of it if you were using the same amount of water this year as last year. And that's a big assumption because we had a lot of 100-degree days this year. Why 15%? About half of that is related to the utility rate increase. The other half is the fact that your stormwater bill is no longer on your property tax bill and it's shifted to your monthly utility bill. So it's about $7, I think. On mine, it's 7 times 2, 14. So please be patient. No late fees, no shutoffs. We'll work with you. The folks who are handling the phones and doing emails are doing no man's work. There's a huge stack of people, and that's what they're doing all day through their shifts. I've asked, there's not a request for more resources. They're just working through those and asking that I pass that word along that way. Second up, asking to remove item 1G. That's the annexation agreement for, I think, the military affairs. If we could get a motion to remove that from the agenda. And then item 11, our last action item, if we could get a motion to continue that until September 23rd. We're just some changes that came in over the weekend and today that we just would like to have it completely clean for your adoption on the 23rd. So if you would please remove item 1G and continue item 11 and no ex parte communication, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chris. Council, let's move to those issues of our agenda. There's also, we can have some discussion about items 3 and 10, but to Chris's report, the request was to remove item 1G, annexation agreement with Department of Military Affairs. That's the helicopter facility or the National Guard facility up by the airport or west of the airport. Is there a motion relating to that item? Councilmember Kennedy? You make that motion to remove and Councilmember Neese, second. Okay. Any discussion? If in favor of the motion to remove item 1G, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Then item, the request is continue item number 11 to September 23. That is a public hearing, so we were continuing it until that date would be the request. Councilmember Boyette, did you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. I recommend that make a motion that we move regular agenda item number 11 to September 23rd.
Okay, and that would be the continuation of the public hearing on that
Correct.
date, correct? Is there a second, Councilmember Neese? Okay.
Yes.
Any discussion? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, can you indicate what the delay is, what they're talking about changing on it? You mentioned something that came up recently. Is this recent court case, the Supreme Court case, or is that something different?
The Mayor and Councilmember Neese, I'm guessing you're referring to the Montana Supreme Court decision relative to Bozeman and several other cities, which has nothing to do, that's not why this delay is being asked.
Okay.
There just are enough changes, requests, and questions that came up over the weekend and this morning that frankly we would just like to have them a clean version in front of you for the 23rd for adoption.
So during your final review process, you decided it would, okay, so thank you.
A few things, some questions came up, some good suggestions on tweaks to it, and we want to make those, and there's not it doesn't urgently need to be done tonight. So we thought rather have those fully buttoned up for your approval on the 23rd.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that, taking the time to get that removed so it comes to us clean.
Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I would just reiterate the concern expressed last time that this is not a very diverse board, that we could maybe do better and think about the membership a little bit differently to be more representative of the constituencies that have an interest in land use planning around the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, the motion is to delay item 11 and continue the public hearing to September 23rd business meeting. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes the items mentioned by Chris. There were some email discussions about items 3 and 10. We can address that now. We can address it when we get to item 3. We can ignore that, whatever you want. Councilmember Owen?
Mayor, I would make a motion to move item number 3 to be the new item number 11.
Okay, motion is to move 11 to be after item 10, or basically the new 11. That's a motion, second by Councilmember Neese. Any discussion?
Mayor, if I could just speak
Please.
to the motion. I think the conversations over email today, which are available to the public if they're interested, indicate that we really kind of need to think about these two items together. You had suggested, Mayor, moving them to the end of the evening, which seems perfectly fine to me. And so the motion is just designed to put these two things together so we could think about the end of last fiscal year together with the beginning of this fiscal year and sort things out.
Very good, thank you. Any other discussion? The only thing I'll comment on is Councilmember Absenleiter in emails mentioned that the Budget Committee will be meeting the next day, Wednesday, so, or 2 days, I guess, from now. So another possibility when we get to that item dealing with the fiscal year 25 general fund levies would be to punt it until after the Budget Committee had a chance to talk about it. But we can address that issue when we get there. We see how late it is, and we could get some information or whatever. But I'll just mention that because Councilmember Aspenleiter had mentioned in the email. So, okay, is the motion clear? Motion is to move item 3 to after item number 10. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes sort of the agenda keeping part of our meeting. We'll move on then to our first item, the consent agenda. Well, actually, public comment. So tonight, this is an opportunity for public comment on item number 1. That's our consent agenda and all the subparts. Everything else is a public hearing. So if you came to comment on something besides item number 1, please wait until we get to that item. But if you're here to comment on anything involving item 1 or any of the subparts on our consent agenda, please come forward. Is there any public comment on item 1, our consent agenda? Is there any public comment? This is your chance. Going once, going twice. No one's coming forward. So we'll close our public comment period on item number 1. Council, are there any separations from item number 1? Councilmember Neese.
Separate item H.
Item 1H, downtown revolving loan to Old Billings Hardware Development Venture LP. Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to separate item E.
Item E, Behavioral Health Systems for Future Generations Grant. Councilmember Gulick.
We've already separated item H. I'm just indicating that I will recuse myself from that vote. I am a member of the architecture firm that would complete that project.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any other separations? Okay, is there a motion relating to the items that were not separated tonight? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the consent agenda items except for item G, which is removed, and for the separated items of E and H.
Very good. Councilmember Neese, second. Any discussion, questions related to the non-separated items before we proceed to a vote? Okay, the motion is for approval of the items that were not separated. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. I'll move to the first separated item, which would be item 1D. No, that was going to be Councilmember Asplander. He's not here, so there's no recusal. Item 1E, Behavioral Health System for Future Generations Grant. Councilmember Owen, would you like to kick us off?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I would. I'm hoping that before we vote on this, we can get a little bit of a status update on the crisis response units. I see Zach is in the audience, and Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask him up to just give us a little update on how things are going and how this grant is going to impact operations.
That'd be great. Zach, if you would introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Zach Tarakidas, Substance Abuse Connect. Jennifer Owen, do you want general operational update?
I do. Yeah, can you just give us a little bit of a status of how things are going and then what this grant is going to accomplish for us?
Great. So the mobile crisis unit has been in place since October. This was a pilot period for us to kind of figure out how to operate this. And we've been working with the city of Missoula. Bozeman has a different operational structure. It came online just before ours, but it's an outsourced third party, so very different than the model that we set up. I believe that it was 2022 at the end where a partnership between Rimrock and the city was decided on to pursue a mobile crisis unit here locally. It's part of the Crisis Now model, which is someone to call, someone to respond, somewhere to go, very similar to what we are familiar with our physical health system. So it's evidence-based across the country. So the partnership between Rimrock was Rimrock providing behavioral health services, and the city committed to the fire department to have EMS services. We know that our fire department responds primarily to EMS, emergency services these days in the medical health realm, and often now with behavioral health. We've worked very hard through this process to figure out what's the best practice here. We were going with just a 10 days a week, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week model to kick off, to see where the soft spots were in the program, what was required of both teams to come together underneath primary management underneath the fire department, but it very much was with Rimrock on the behavioral health side. In those operations, we have significant data to show has quite a positive impact on what's going on. 60+% of the calls for service come from our PD. PD is very excited about this program because, again, we have great training through our CIT programming for our police officers on how to better handle mental health situations they come upon, but we know that that's not the job they signed up for. So this was a backup service for that, and they've used it extensively. Again, it's the primary right now. I mean, with 60% of those calls coming from PD, they recognize the situation, they can call for the service to come in and relieve them from that scenario, and we've been gaining about 14 minutes with 2 officers, so 7 minutes per officer on a call to get off those calls more quickly so they're back to crime, and we're not getting people ending up in our criminal justice system that are just having a mental health or behavioral health issue. We've collected data extensively throughout the entire process. Rimrock holds that data. We've had a dashboard that goes around, anytime we request that coming through. Hundreds of calls for service that have been pulled through. Our hopes are expanding this service out to 2 teams. I mean, we've been working since December on, now that we're learning as we go, where do we really need to end? The funding side of this has been a long haul to figure out what was going on. So we started the program prior to the rules being approved for Medicaid reimbursement, and 47% of those calls are Medicaid-related clients. 15% are uninsured, and the rest of those 40%-ish are folks that do have private insurance. Private insurance was not covering mobile crisis services. There's partnerships being done, and the state of Montana has taken the initiative to work with some of our provider, Pacific Source, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, et cetera, to make sure that that is a reimbursable service for private sector. There is a block grant for people who are uninsured to also make sure that they're getting funded. And then Medicaid rules were finally approved, but about a year after the anticipated date. So our behavioral health partner absolutely most recently provided 6 months of services without getting paid for those services. So it's been a challenge to get the services paid for on the behavioral health side. Those rules are in place. The Medicaid rates at 24/7 are at a much higher rate, and actually one of the best reimbursable rates for any behavioral health service in the state. So we want to get to that 24/7, both for the folks receiving services, but also for the reimbursables, because it is, again, half of what's going on. So if you're running your business, you want half of your business to be bringing in as much money as you can to keep it operating. Again, the city is committed to that fire department side, which has been very valuable. This particular grant is, again, as we mentioned earlier, it's a one-time money coming out of the BizFig understanding. This has evolved to where initially Rimrock was approached with this grant because they were the behavioral health side of this grant. But this was initially for a media outreach and education to our community about a service that we didn't have paid for. So our concern and Rimrock's concern was like, we don't want to sign on for this because why do we want to educate people for a service that we can't provide at its optimum, particularly when we're not getting paid. So this grant then was tweaked just within the last few weeks to provide a much broader scope so that at this point, moving forward, what we're planning for the mobile crisis to get to max capacity for our community is that in the near future, anybody being responded to will be able to be billed for anyone who's receiving mobile crisis services. The challenge has been is because of the billing issue, we've had to reduce those services down because the behavioral health side wasn't getting paid. And so there's been some employee changeover, so forth and so on. Our fire departments picked that up. So we're in the rebuild phase to figure out, again, how do we get to the 24/7? We're looking out to January of this coming year to have our full-blown plan that is jumping us forward. Now that we understand how the operations work, how many people does it take, what are the billable services? But again, I think we have Medicaid in place, these resources, and again, to support what was said earlier, is that all of the mobile crisis units in the state right now are under the same circumstance. Missoula was in a very similar situation where, like, how do we operate this if we cannot bill for these services? But I think the key element is that we are adding a service to our overall city services to get out to people, but it's the right service because, again, if PD is not putting people in jail that are having a mental health crisis, and that's it, and they're having a terrible interaction because it just elevates to a situation that it shouldn't, that's not what we're experiencing. I mean, these guys are coming online quickly, and it's been very positive. And I can share that data with you afterwards online. I can send it across all of that because, I think that's a good summary.
That's great, Zach. So I just wanted to make sure that we all understood, we're not using this money to expand services yet.
Correct.
So this money is just backfilling the city's money, which comes out of the $2 million that the voters voted on in 2021. This is an example of that being put to use on prevention and going into the system. But then this is sustaining us. We are not overextending ourselves or committing to an ongoing funding need by taking this grant tonight.
Not by taking this grant, no. The billable services were not in place.
Got it.
Mobile crisis needed to get funded with those gaps that were in place. But they put in place, at least for the next 2 years, enough to cover all the behavioral health side of the services. And from the modeling that we've done from the beginning, prior to the rules being approved, and this was the real issue, we are restarting mobile crisis where we probably should have started mobile crisis because we were under the understanding that all of these would have been placed with the rules, but it was a year later that the rules got approved. So we had this 50% gap of payment services not available to us, and that's not going to be the case moving forward.
Well, I think you guys are doing tremendous work. Kudos all around. I kind of wanted to understand a little bit more how this works. There may be other questions, but really just want to commend you and hope that this does sustain us long enough to propose something grander because we really need it. And I hope that the commission representatives in the audience hear how important this is to our community.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Kenny and Councilmember Joy.
Yes, I have a question. I thought we heard that Rimrock has pulled out. So who's offering the behavioral health side?
Great. So Rimrock, again, pilot program. And we've had a discussion with Rimrock. We've been working on the contract with them and where they're at. Again, the service currently isn't being provided because of they don't have the behavioral health side. So it is accurate that we are trying to look for the next two options. So we're looking at both private sector partner, another nonprofit partner, and actually in the city itself.
So you don't have those in place right now?
Nope, that's why we are pausing service to figure that out because we ran through the pilot. We understand what everything costs. We understand where that needs to be. But again, if you look at the partnership when it was established, these things were supposed to have been in place when that was agreed upon.
The question I have is, when you started this and the Substance Abuse Connect was a part of this, why didn't you fund that behavioral health side through money from the Substance Abuse Connect?
We don't have, Substance Abuse Connect doesn't have money. We're just a coalition of partners that organize and coordinate. Yep. I mean, we provide help write the grants, like the crisis diversion grant and prevention
I think
grants.
the whole idea is a great idea, but it should have been worked out a little bit more before we got to this point.
I agree. I guess the circumstances with that would be the fact that the rules were supposed to be put in place in April of 2023, and they were approved in April of 2024. So when 50%, you're relying on 50% of your approved billable services, primarily for your most vulnerable population, to not get approved a year later. There's no control in that. Even though we had modeled for what they told us the rates, all of the rates were set, we knew what the rates were, it did not get approved. And again, the behavioral health provider didn't anticipate not getting paid for 6 months for services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Choi. And Councilmember Denise.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I guess I'm asking a little bit bigger question in terms of sustainability. In this particular one, I can't recall, is this actually money that came through the American Rescue Act that was passed by Congress? Is that actually the money that has come through this? American Rescue?
General fund.
So just for this particular thing, this came from the general fund of the state legislature, state of Montana. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Denise.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify something I heard you say, then you said you guys took a pause. The crew are still running. They're not, you're not stopping the.
We don't have a behavioral health team.
Oh, so you don't have, so you're not running their crew right now?
Right, that's right, yep. So again, without the behavioral health side, the EMTs are still supporting what's going on with fire department behavioral health if they can respond to those. And again, this grant initially was run for outreach and education. And so we were wondering, how do we complement their time? What the BizFig developers, as they were looking at this, was that outreach and education wasn't it. We need operational dollars to continue to expand services.
So we're running a crew with just the fire department, not the.
As of a week ago.
We'll hear from our fire chief, and one obvious question is, does that double our costs? If now all of a sudden we got 2 people in each unit instead of just 1? But go ahead.
Yeah, so operationally, we basically had to cut back on the services provided. So if the crew is still available with an individual that can respond, should PD already be on scene, there's certain parameters that have to be met before they can respond by themselves, but they are not mental health professionals at this point. So it is a reduced service, if you will.
It's almost, is it almost like the MRUs and that we, but a single one as far as they're not, because they're not, if they can't address mental health, it's more about the emergency type service then.
Yeah, that is correct, until we can, I guess, get this figured out.
Okay. And then just real quick, Zach, you mentioned, I think you said 60%, but I could be wrong on the percentage. I thought it was 60-something% of the calls come from the police department.
Right about 60.
And so maybe you don't know this or not, but so if they initiated with the police department, do the police department still file a report on the individual and it gets filed into their reporting system?
Yes.
That's
Okay, so if you call 911 and you get the police out there, they're going to call the crew and they're going to still handle it, but that does become a police record that is filed against them. All right, thank you. That's good to know.
And Chief, I apologize, but so it's a single paramedic in the SUV?
A single EMT, excuse me.
EMT.
Yes.
Okay.
EMT that has that certification only.
Okay.
And we only have 2.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyette. And back to Councilmember Rowan.
So maybe this would be for Chris. Chris, does the council know that this was happening? I'm not aware that the crew wasn't working totally as it should have been. And if so, why weren't we told?
So it has been fully fluid, and we have mentioned that we were not given a formal notice, but that Rimrock had given us a heads up that they were having challenges filling positions. So I don't think there's anything here. It's unfortunate for sure, because we'd like this to move smoothly, but it is a private-public partnership or nonprofit-public partnership. If we ultimately can't use the grant because we don't have the program to run and aren't spending the resources, we won't utilize the grant. So we're not out there spending public money that's not providing services, 1. 2, if in worst case, there's no unit, then we're right back to where we were before these units existed. The police department, the fire department, and the hospital's emergency rooms are where these individuals are getting care and service.
Go ahead.
I mean, just my follow-up is if the crew isn't working the way it's designed, we could take that EMT and put him back in service. We wouldn't have to hire another EMT. I'm just trying to, how are we going to save money if we're not using it effectively? But be another question for number 10 when it comes up. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Owen and then Councilmember Kennedy.
Oh, Mayor, I was just going to make a motion to move forward, but I'll defer to Councilmember Kennedy.
Okay, Councilmember Kennedy.
Either of you can answer this. Years ago, we passed a countywide levy that a portion of it went to the hub, a portion of it went to the crisis center. Since that time, and the hub has gone away, and those dollars are still out there, and the number one issue out there is the crew is helping Billings Police with folks that are having crisis and taking them probably to the emergency room or to the crisis center. Why aren't we looking at some of that mill levy to come and fund the behavioral health side of it to be able to get it fully functional? And those dollars have been there, and the voters voted on it, and it's to divert people away from jail. It would be a perfect opportunity now to start looking at those dollars and diverting them where they really need to go.
So, and you're welcome to come. Next Monday, we have a meeting with our providers to discuss both the mental health mill levy and the crisis diversion grant and opioid resources to make sure that we're layering those resources to address all of the soft spots in the continuum. This was initially a city-funded and a city partnership. It wasn't a county, so we're only providing service in the city, which we know there's a interesting understanding of the city, whether it's in the county or not. And so it was a city initiative, and therefore we definitely heard that the county mill levy was going to be used for a variety of other things. And it's collected some data on how the service patterns are happening, you know, where are the referrals, so forth and so on. And we've had that discussion, but again, since it was a state-supported initiative as well, there's enough resources to run 24/7 with the support primarily being on the billing services at the state level, with the amount of money that the city has put towards the teams there as well. We've done a 3-year projection on some of those funds of there's not a huge loss if you have billable availability, but we ran a pilot program under the assumption that there was available resource. We don't need to pull that money if the billable services are available, but the state did not follow through with their timeline of approving that in a manner that would have allowed this pilot to function regardless of who the partners were. There was not available billable services.
But really, these same people you're trying to divert out of jail. And to keep them out of jail, the best place would be is that's what the millage was set up years ago. And I do have to correct you on the fact it may have been a county-wide mill levy, but 70% are the city of Billings people pay for it. And the jail, I just remember we just passed $2 million for to help with another section on the jail. So it would probably be best to have a conversation with the county about moving some dollars over here to be able to divert these people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then back to Councilmember Kennedy, or Councilmember Owen, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to make a motion to approve this, but before we do that, I just want to thank you, and I want to give a shout out to Assistant Fire Chief Banfield. I can't believe he's not here tonight. We must be watching our overtime hours. But I know how hard you guys are working on this. I know that you are shaking every rock. I have yet to ask you a question that you haven't been able to answer, and I just really want to commend your work. This is hard. This is not easy, and Councilmember Kennedy is absolutely right. This really speaks to the core of making sure that the people who are in YCDF are the people who who need to be there and other people are being diverted out. So this is hard and it's messy and it's probably going to get messier before it gets better. But really just wanted to commend the work. So with that, Mayor, I'm going to make a motion to accept the grant from the Montana Department of Public Health and Human Services for the Behavioral Health System for Future Generation grant in the amount of $563,147.
Very good, thank you. Second by Council Member who? Councilmember Kennedy? Very good. Any further discussion now on this on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. And my concern is that we keep running these without the behavioral health section of this. I'm not sure I mean, I'd like to hear really what the value is if we're going to just run just EMT on their own, because I think the police will probably have to stick around longer. And so the whole idea was to free up those police to then move on. But now if you got one EMT left with whatever's going on, I don't think that would probably be the best solution to leave a one-on-one or one-on-two type of situation.
Yeah, and so to answer that, the majority of their time is spent doing ancillary projects within the department to keep them busy, essentially, is where we're at. And it's pretty rare, if it fell under certain parameters that they could respond to help PD out, that's when they would go. So they're very, very restricted or limited, if you will, at this point.
Zach, could you just address the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is what are our odds of getting Rimrock back on board and how and when that would happen?
Without getting into the business of it, I mean, I think Rimrock's probably wanting, well, how far can we go? I mean, so we've had a discussion with Rimrock directly. We sat down for 2.5 hours. I mean, it's probably not in their future interest to continue providing behavioral health services. Once again, we have been working on this for a lot longer because I think it was apparent that we were going to have to make some adjustments based on the staffing model, the success of the staffing model, et cetera, et cetera. We've had plan B, C, and D in the works for a while, but there is a contract in place with the city and Rimrock. And I think that's the next step, which I believe we're looking at in October as a discussion item.
It looks like Chris wanted to comment.
I would just say Mayor and Council, and actually Zach just stepped into it, which it's on your October 7th work session for an update, because this has been, as Councilmember Owen outlined, it's messy, it's challenging, it's probably going to get worse before it gets better if you consider that the ideal is we got a rock-solid partner who's supplying the behavioral health, we're supplying the EMTs, and we're responding to calls around the clock. That's where we want to be. We know that's the best practice, and we don't employ behavioral health folks. So everything between the partnership we have by contract with Rimrock to is the city going to employ, those are all going to be part of the conversations next month. And frankly, we are we want to exhaust and make sure the options are to you of a partnership over the other extreme, which would be everything goes in-house, it's within our control, but then we have to hire all those folks that are on our payroll. So it is coming to you. The grant is what you're approving tonight, and you have got an update coming to you for a work session on the program, its success, its impact, and what the future looks like.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. We'll proceed to a vote soon. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do hope that we are able to figure this out. I did have a meeting with someone from Rimrock, and they expressed their frustration and their difficulties in even finding people to hire and that side of it. So, no matter how we try to work this model out in the future, there've got to be those young people out there that graduate with these degrees and want to do this work. So thank you.
Very good. Any further discussion before we vote? Okay, the motion is for approval of the item 1E, which is Behavioral Health Systems Grant. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item up that was removed or separated was item 1H, Downtown Revolving Loan, Old Billings Hardware Development Venture LP. Councilmember Neese, that was your separation. Did you want to start with a question or motion or anything else?
I think I'll start with discussion, if you don't mind. I guess just my experiences. When I looked at the packet and read through the memo, It's nice to see that people are looking to redevelop downtown. And so as I started getting into the details of this packet, I really didn't see much there. It was a really good marketing thing. The application had a lot of blank things on it. It wasn't until I emailed that request as far as, where's all this information. Then we got the pro forma later on today to explain some of the numbers and the minutes of the committee meeting. And so I didn't feel this item was complete in the packet. And so it's hard to, in my view, to vote on something like this until it was completed. But as I got in more into the details of it, I'm a little concerned in the minutes as I read. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read the minutes, but there was a 5-member committee, 3 of them were there. This packet talks about how this financing is going to be through a bank, as well as some of those, that bank, one of the committee members is on that, from one of those banks. And I would expect that person to recuse themselves from a vote. That wasn't the case. So if they had, it would have been a two-person out of 5 that would have actually voted for this. I think there's a lot that I didn't like when I saw this come to us. And I guess my motion is going to be to delay this, to send this back to the committee, to let them handle it, put their ducks in a row, get the application completed, and then bring it back to us.
Okay, further discussion. Councilmember Rowan, Councilmember Joy?
Mayor, can I ask Andy a couple questions? So Andy, you sit on this panel, right, that reviews these? Okay, so walk us through what are the conflict of interest, recusal expectations? Talk us through that, because I think Councilmember Neese raises some good points, and frankly, we've been pretty tough on Spura for the same sort of things. So talk me through this.
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Owen. So as of I think there's a statement in the staff memo that isn't accurate that says that they will have financing with FIB. There was a comment made during the meeting that indicated they're working with First Interstate towards developing some financing. That has not occurred. They don't have a contract presently with them. And the committee member, as far as I know, was not aware of that. They're not involved in this transaction at all. They do work for First Interstate Bank. So we have in the past, bankers have recused themselves when they know that the financing is happening through their bank. I believe in this case that was just not known at that time. And frankly, there is not a contract between the partnership and FIB at this present time. It is assumed that probably will come in the future, but that doesn't exist presently.
Was this an anomaly to have only 3 of the 5 members there?
I think historically speaking, yes. The 2 members who weren't present did provide comments and feedback. They weren't present, so we didn't include their vote, but they were in the affirmative for whatever that's worth. But
Okay, I'm just trying to understand that if in fact this member had to recuse themselves, you would not have moved forward, right? You would have lacked quorum and you would have voted on it in a different time?
yeah, we would not have had a quorum.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
They were already asked.
Okay. Okay. Very good. All right. Is there a motion or further discussion or questions? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
I'm sorry.
There was no second to my motion, unless you would like to second it.
I apologize. I did not recognize your motion. That was not clear to me, so I didn't call for a second. So that would explain why there was no second.
Okay. Yeah, my motion was to delay this, send this back to the committee to make sure it comes back to us with a completed application and make sure they're following any kind of potential conflict of
I did hear you
interest.
say you were inclined to that. I didn't catch that was a formal motion, so I apologize. So the motion was made to delay this, send it back to the committee. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, so that's the motion before us. Discussion now on that motion. Councilmember Boyette.
So Andy, so we bring this back a week or 2 weeks or a month later. What's going to change between now and then if you bring something back for Councilman Neese?
Mayor, Councilmember Boyette, I would take this back to the committee, hopefully have more committee members attend. I would ask that the representative from FIB recuse himself from any discussion or vote. I can speculate that it would come back to you with support. but I obviously don't know for sure. But as far as the contents of the application, what would occur, I don't know that there'd be anything different than what's before you tonight.
Okay, I'm going to just ask the applicant if they'd be, how they'd be impacted or not impacted if the motion were to be approved. So I see Randy Hafer in the audience. I assume, Randy, you're the best representative. Do you want to comment on the motion and the question?
Mayor and Council, Randy Hafer. I am one of the general partners of the partnership that owns the building. It was a complete application. Every single thing was checked off, so I don't know what you saw, and I apologize if you didn't get the whole thing, but I can assure you there was nothing left off. Our complete financials were presented as requested to the panel, which is not reviewed by all members of the panel. It's reviewed by a banker who's on the panel. Is that correct?
For the personal financials.
For the personal financials, but that was all part of it. And you're right that I didn't necessarily fill out the form per se because I attached a whole pro forma. I didn't just, insert a few numbers. So it's much more detailed information was provided than what was asked for. And so in terms of if you were to delay this, you're not going to get anything different at all because you've gotten everything that you've asked for. And frankly, I can't think of anything else I could even provide. If it's delayed, that creates, it's very inconvenient for us. This money will be used immediately as soon as it's approved. So it just delays the project further to delay it, and it's not going to change anything. There was no negative conversation amongst the panel members who were there. I didn't correspond with any of the ones who weren't there, so I can't specifically say what they would do, but the meeting that we had was very amicable. All the questions that they had, which were really more peripheral kinds of things, not specific to the information that was presented, because that was all very clear. So there were questions about, what's it going to look like and how fast can it be done and those kinds of things. And so I'm just saying that there's nothing else that we're going to provide because we provided everything that was asked for. And a delay would not help anything from our perspective.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up, Councilor Manish, you indicating?
Yeah, and I don't want to get into much of discussion back and forth with Randy, because after we got the pro forma, you could see some of the things. But I think when, Chris, this goes to you, is when we as council members are looking at documentation and we see a bunch of blanks and we see attached and it's not attached, then we've got nothing to judge, this application on, and it's not fair to Randy and the applicant. And then it also creates that anyone can do their own application process. And because, if we're looking at a standard format and suddenly we have to weed through, 7 or 8 pages of pro forma to come up with the numbers that should be in the application as a summary so we can help understand this, we're going to have to look at all kinds of different pro formas and learn lots of different ways that people put the pro formas together when we have a standard application that they're supposed to be filling out. And so I think that's part of the committee's job to make sure that's filled out and before it's sent to us. And so this is why I think it needs to go back to the committee. It's rough on the developer trying to get this done, but in my view, the committee didn't do what they were supposed to do so we could have good details. And again, we didn't get the pro forma until today when I asked for it. And I was able to look through it very quickly. I'm not an expert in commercial and pro formas, but I did look at the commercial vacancy at 5%, and I think downtown has a higher vacancy rate than 5%. I could be wrong on that, but it sounds to me like, there's some things with the pro forma that I saw that, I'd love to have more time to even figure out what's going on with this. So that's just, again, I think this process, unfortunately for the developer, and this is the reason why I'm asking the delay, is it needs to go back to the committee so we get these things right to us the first time.
Very good. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, we're ready to vote on the motion. Again, the motion is to delay this, send it back to the revolving loan committee. Andy, how often do they meet?
Mayor and council, they meet as needed when there's applications. There hasn't been an application for quite some time, so there's not a regular.
So presumably they would schedule a special meeting.
We'd have to advertise for 2 weeks and then have the meeting, and then whatever the council meeting would come back to you on. Probably a month from now would be my guess. because of the advertising requirement.
Okay, very, very good. All right, thank you. So any further discussion on the motion? I'll just comment. I'm very sympathetic to Councilor Nice's point. I think we could do better. That should have all been, there was a lot of information there. Once we got it by email today, there was a lot of information. It's a good project, and I don't have any concern at all with the project, but we can do better about making sure the packet is complete. I'm not too worried about the conflict because it doesn't sound like they have developed a relationship with FIB yet, but they were just putting on notice that that was a possibility. So going forward, we'd want to be very sensitive to that. So if they had a quorum, they recommended approval, I'm okay with it under the circumstances where there's no practical opposition. So, but we can do better. That's just my 2 cents. Any further discussion? Any further discussion before we proceed to the vote? Okay, the motion again is to delay it or kick it back to the committee. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, just based on volume. Tony, you need exact votes? Okay, you do. Okay, thank you. If voting in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Neese and Kennedy. If voting in opposition, all other council members, Owen, Joy, Cole, Tidswell, Boyette, and Rupsis, and council member Shaw. Councilmember Gulick did not vote. He has recused himself. So that puts us back on this matter. Councilmember Rupsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve item 1H, the downtown revolving loan to Old Billings Hardware Development Venture LP, the amount of $250,000.
Second.
Councilmember Joy. The second motion is to approve. Any further discussion? Councilmember Neese?
Yes, Mayor. Again, I think this project is a good project, but I am going to vote no against this just because of the fact that is why I brought this for discussion anyway. So again, it's not against the project. Randy, I think you guys are doing a good job down there. So I appreciate you doing that and investing in this, but we just need to get these things right the first time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should have asked Councilmember Rupsis or Joy if you want to speak to your motion. No. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. The motion is for approval. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition are Council members Neese, Councilmember Kennedy. All other council members voting in favor, with the exception of Councilmember Gulick, who recused himself. That concludes item 1G. Brings us to, or I'm sorry, 1H. And that is the end of item 1. Our consent agenda brings us to item 2. This is a series of sub-pieces. So we're going to have one presentation on all of these SID assessments, is my understanding, by Andy. But we will need to have separate votes based on advice that Gina gave us. Is that correct? So we'll have separate votes, but a single presentation. Andy, you want to, Tony, would you read item 2A through 2G?
Item 2, public hearing and resolutions allocating assessments on the following: SID 1421, SID 1422, 1425, 1426, 1427, 2926, and 2927. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Owen.
If I could just ask a brief question while Andy's working with the tech. There was someone besides Jennifer from Public Works here. I think Mac was here to answer questions. I had some questions. Is he coming back or?
I do not know that
Okay,
he's,
well,
if
I
he's
hope
coming
Jennifer's
back.
ready to answer some engineering questions. Thanks.
She's not an engineer, but she stayed at the American or what is it? Holiday Inn, or whatever it is, Andy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just have one slide for you for, I believe there's 7 SIDs here. They're ready to be spread to the properties. These were all created in 23 or 24. Bids were awarded, bond resolutions were passed in August, and bonds have been sold. So at this point, just need you to have a public hearing and make a approval for, or consider approval for spreading them to the properties. If you choose not to, at this point, the city's, you'd have to find another funding source to pay the debt on these. So other options aren't really available to you beyond the general fund. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. So we'll proceed individually. Councilmember Neese, do you have a
Quick question for Andy.
general questions? Okay.
Yeah.
Questions for Andy.
Andy, once these get put on the taxes, if the owner wants to pay those off, they can't pay those off at any time. They just call the finance department, get the payoff amount, and then it's not going to be the total of the payments. It'll actually be reduced because of interest or not? How does that work?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, so yes, you're correct. If somebody wants to pay it off, they can at any time. They contact our office and we'll give them a payoff amount they will save interest on the remaining term. However, once we send over the assessment to the county, that's already on the tax bill and they will have to pay the interest that's on there. But anything that's outstanding, they would save the interest on.
So the next tax bill is when it would come off?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep.
Very good. Any other questions for Andy? Okay. Councilmember Owen, did you have questions for staff?
I have a question about the very last SID, specifically 2927 with respect to Burrington Drive.
Okay. If it doesn't impact the other ones, we'll proceed to the
Yeah, I
other
thought we
ones
could
first.
just do it when we got there.
Is there a motion relating to item 2A? I apologize. Councilmember Joy, did you?
Isn't it a public hearing?
Oh, thank you very much. Yes. This is a public hearing. So we've had a presentation, a few questions. Is there any public comment on item 2A through 2G? Any of those sub-items? If so, please come to the podium. Please come forward, sir. Just ask that you tell us your name and address and which one of these SIDs you're interested in.
Larry McComas, 1119 12th Street West. The two gentlemen, the people on either side of you are my council member. I'm one of the people that got the sidewalk this year, and I think I'm it's 26 if I remember correctly. But I'm gonna tell you the good news. I went to the office and paid for it. When this came up 5 years ago, the original bill was $10,000 is what I was told. A couple years ago, you guys decided not to do it because the bill came up to $13,000. I want to say thank you for that. The last bill I got was, when they did the bid, it was almost $10,000. And I'm gonna tell you today, I wrote a check to the city for $6,100. I owe the city another $800. So because of your help, I saved about $5,000 from the original thing. And I was in his office today and his clerk did what he said. I paid what I needed to, and the other part will be on my taxes. So I'd like to thank his staff. I forgot to bring the paperwork, so. Thanks for you guys delaying it 2 years ago. Joy and I talked about it a few times.
Very good. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Most people would, A, not be that nice, and B, even if they wanted to be that nice, they wouldn't be that patient to wait to do it. So thank you very much, and thank you, Andy. Thank you, Councilmember Joy. Okay, any other public comment on items 2A through 2G? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period and back to item 2A. Is there a motion relating to item 2A? Councilmember Boyette?
Mayor, I move that we approve item 2A SID 1421.
Second by Councilmember Kennedy. Any discussion? Any discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. If the motion is for approval of item 2A. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. We'll have an individual vote. Is there a motion in favor to approve or disapprove item 2B? Councilmember Gulick?
I move to, having conducted a public hearing, consider written and spoken in public testimony, move to approve the resolution SID 1422, allocating assessments on that as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Tidswell. Any discussion? Okay, the motion is for approval, item 2B. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 2C. Councilmember Rupsis.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve resolution allocating the assessment on SID 1425 as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion? Okay, if in favor of the motion for approval, item 2C, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 2D, is there a motion for approval or disapproval? Councilmember Tidswell.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve resolutions allocating assessments on SID 1426 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Second, Councilmember Boyette, or Councilmember Kennedy? Councilmember Kennedy, any discussion? Okay, if in favor of the motion for approval, item 2D, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 2E, Councilmember Gulick.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve resolutions allocating assessments on SID number 1427 as recommended by staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Joy. Motion is for approval of item 2E as in Edward. Is there any discussion? If in favor of the motion for approval, item 2E, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 2F, is there a motion to approve or disapprove? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve resolution allocating assessment on SID 2926 as recommended by staff.
Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion on item 2F? Seeing none, if in favor of the motion, which is for approval, item 2F, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Finally, item 2G. Councilmember Owen, did you want to start us off with a question before we ask for a motion? Go ahead.
Mayor, I would. I'm just not sure who can answer it. So this SID is with respect to Brewington Drive, and after it was completed, there were a couple of properties who had some issues. One with the type of curbing they needed to have changed. There were some cracks. There was some asphalt that had to get scraped up. Public Works had agreed that work needed to be done by the contractor, and I don't know if it was done before we begin now assessing the homeowners. I'd like to know if the work's complete.
Councilmember Owen, I don't know the answer to that question. I was trying to find out, but I don't know if that's complete yet. We'd have to email you tomorrow with that answer.
So, I mean, did we pay the contractors?
We have paid the contractor, yes.
And would we pay them when the work isn't done?
We would have paid them for the work that they did complete. So if we needed to change something that was in the scope, then we would need to do a change order to do that.
Well, my understanding, and not to belabor this point, was that this Public Works considered this within the scope of the contract to go back and fix some of these errors. And so I would assume that if we paid them, they did it. But I'm reluctant to start assessing taxpayers if there's still, in particular, because there's a curb that needs to be fixed.
Okay, Councilmember Owen, I'm not clear on the exact issues that were needing to be fixed, but there is a 2-year warranty on all the work, so we are covered under that.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, very good. Councilor Roy?
Yeah, Mayor, given that, having considered a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution allocating assessments on SID 2927 as recommended by staff.
Very good. Is there a motion, or I'm sorry, a second? Councilmember Gulick or Councilmember Kennedy?
And I have a question.
And Councilmember Kennedy, you've got a follow-up there?
Yes, just a quick follow-up. Can we have an update on that, even though there's a 2-year warranty? Can you come back to the council then and let us know that that work has been done?
Yeah, Councilmember Kennedy, we will email you tomorrow to let you know the status, and if it's not done, we will email you when it is done.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So we have a motion for approval, item 2G. Any further discussion? Okay, if in favor of the motion for approval, item 2G, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 2 and all of the subparts. Item number 3, of course, we've moved to after item number 10. From this point on, I'll continue to refer to the number of the original agenda. So item number 4. Tony, would you read item number 4?
Public hearing and resolution assessing road maintenance district number 6. Staff recommends approval.
Very good. Andy?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an assessment that is set annually it's a filing in Briarwood that developed an emergency access road, which is highlighted in red there to create a second entrance into Briarwood. It is used for maintaining that emergency access. I believe, well, there are 51 properties. The assessment, I don't believe, has ever changed since it was established in 2015. It generates right around $2,800 a year to do weed abatement, regraveling, whatever they need to do there. Unless there's further questions, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Neese, is there a motion? Or questions for
Yes, I had a question.
I apologize, yeah. You're going to have to catch me on every one of these. I want to get you home. All right, we'll open it for public hearing. This is a public hearing on item number 4, the Briarwood Access Road SID. Is there any public comment on item number 4? Any public comment? No one's coming forward, so close our public comment period and look to council. Councilmember Neese, did you want to?
I had a question for Andy.
Okay, question for Andy.
Andy, you made a comment about this not changing for years, so we're collecting $2,000 a year to do the weed abatement. And it's been that way for a long time. Do I understand? Did I hear that correctly?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, they don't use $2,800 a year. They accumulate funds with the intention on spending it kind of as needed. The assessment amount has not changed, though.
Okay, so do you know what the reserve is on that we've been collecting and not spending?
I don't offhand. The fire marshal actually is the one who recommends this amount every year. We contact them and ask if, are you feeling like it's sufficient? There is a reserve there. I'm candidly leaning on them more to either start spending it faster or lowering it. But at this point, there is a reserve there. I don't know what it is offhand, though. They don't spend it annually, though.
All right. If we were to delay this to get more information, find out there's enough in the reserve to not have to do it this year, is that going to be an issue to delay till next business meeting to still get on the rolls or off?
Councilmember Neese, you would have enough time to delay any of these for one meeting. Anything that does not get approved by tonight or your next meeting will not make it on the tax rolls.
Okay. I guess the only other question, we have fire chief still here, maybe he can answer, because it sounds like the fire department actually sets the amount that needs to be.
The fire marshal is the one who's in charge, I think, of maintaining that or seeing that it's maintained.
Can we just get a comment from the fire chief on that?
Yeah, Chief, come forward I don't know if you know the answer to this. How much is available in the Briarwood account? Ballpark.
Honestly, I don't, but I can get that information for you first thing in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, I would appreciate it. And thank you very much, Chief, if you could let us know what that is.
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve a resolution assessing road maintenance district number 6 as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion? Councilmember Neese?
Mayor, I'm not going to vote for this, although I think it's needed and the money needs to be there, but I think we needed more information on this to know if we're overtaxing the Briarwood residents or not on something like this. So especially, if it hasn't changed in such a long time, it's more than likely we're collecting more than we need to. And so I'd like to, once we hear from the chief on really what it is we need to do, maybe next year it'll come back, because I'm sure it's going to pass this time, but maybe next year it'll come back with an amount that is appropriate for what needs to happen. So thank you.
Very good. Any further discussion? Councilmember Gulick?
I will support the motion, but I concede that there are some good points that the Councilmember Neese makes. But I think having some reserves, there's some major storm can come along and wash out sections, and it's nice to have a reserve that is sizable enough to do that. So I don't think building up a little more isn't a good thing, but looking into that would be good.
Very good. Any further discussion? All right, motion is for approval of item 4. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Councilmember Neeson opposition, all other council members in favor. Motion passes. Item number 5. Tony, would you read item number 5?
Public hearing and resolution assessing weed abatements. Staff recommends approval.
Andy,
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This
long
is
time no see.
Yeah. This is your weed abatement assessment for the summer of is it the summer or spring of 2024? These are weeds that have been noticed and the Parks Department goes out and mows. At the time of the staff memo, there were 37 parcels for a total assessment of $10,152. Since this has been published, I believe we've had 6 come in and pay. I think we're right down to just under $9,000 in outstanding assessments. These funds would reimburse the general fund, which was used to pay for the park staff and code enforcement staff to ensure compliance. Staff recommends approval and that you hold a public hearing prior to considering a motion. Mayor.
Very good. Hey, Andy, don't go away. We got a question from Councilmember Kennedy.
Andy, the one over there on the 6th Street underpass and along First Avenue South is all railroad land. I don't see the railroad on this list. Are we going to do any abatement over there to clean up the weeds?
Code enforcement says yes.
Tina, did you have any, you want to follow up with Tina?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be great.
Tina, could you come to the microphone, please?
Because those big weeds are going to turn into tumbleweeds soon, and we'd like to see something happen.
Sure, I'll get my staff on it first thing in the morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tina, while we've got you, it looks like maybe there's some other people. I just drive around, it's weed season, so I see some significant weeds in a lot of our sidewalks along arterials. That's the responsibility of the adjacent landowner, I believe, right? Are any of these weed assessments for just sidewalks, or it's just a function of who's making complaints? But weeds and sidewalks are an issue, I assume. True?
Yes, they are responsible for the boulevard, alley, and any side properties. So it could be a city property, like a boulevard in front of your house. That person is responsible for that boulevard as well. So we incorporate all of that when we send the letter.
And that would include the sidewalk itself, in the cracks and in the curb?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Thank you. Did we do anything else for Tina before we let her go?
Please, Mayor.
Please, Councilor Roy.
So Tina, I've been here long enough now that I'm starting to see some frequent flyers on the weed list. And I'm curious, and I don't mean this negatively, do we just not care? Like, we get full cost recovery. If we have to go mow it, we get paid back, and so it doesn't really matter? Or do we start to escalate them over time if year after year after year, we're back mowing their properties and charging them?
The short answer is no, we do not increase that. It's a standard mowing fee. The percentages, the administrative costs all remain the same, and that is by ordinance. However, yeah, you're right. There are some repeat offenders on there, and we send out the crew to cut it. If they want to pay more than they need to have that maintained by the city, then I guess that's their business.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
we have reduced that list.
Agreed. Yeah, I think it's fair to say, you know what, if this is how they're going to do business, it's how they're going to do business. So I just wanted to check and see. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Neese. Councilor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. Those are some of the along the same lines, but I guess I would encourage us to maybe look at a way to do that where the frequent flyers do have a little bit more of a penalty, because, I mean, that's not our job to go out and mow the lawns. And so it should be a penalty to them for us doing it. It is, but it should be even more so. This one person there's a couple on here that had 3 times we went out there and took care of their lawns. And so I do think, you know, we're using park staff, but we have plenty of parks to take care of. We don't need to be tying up our park staff to do something like this. So I would encourage us to maybe bring an amendment to that ordinance where we can maybe have some kind of penalty on that.
Councilmember Neese, I'm actually going to bring you an amendment to the vegetation ordinance, and that was part of what we're going to incorporate into it. Just so that you're aware, the parks staff are actually seasonal workers, so it's not really taking from their main staffing, but it is seasonal people that go out and do the mowing.
Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to that the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy. And Councilmember Ripsis?
Tina, I just wanted to give you a shout out. Thank you for all your work on 8th and Yellowstone.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, for Andy. Andy, this is a huge amount of money we're collecting. You said it's going to the general fund. Is it actually being diverted back to the area that's doing this work?
That is correct, because these expenses were incurred in the prior fiscal year, but going forward, they go to the Parks Fund.
So into that fund?
Yes.
Thank you.
Correct.
Very good. Anything else for Andy, Tina, or to go to the order? Okay. We do not have a motion on this. Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution assessing weed abatements as recommended by staff.
Very good. Councilmember Tiswell makes the second. Any discussion? Okay, proceed to a vote if motion is for approval of item 1 or of item 5. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Tina, would you read item number 6?
Tony would love to.
We didn't have a public hearing, did we? I don't think I called for a public hearing. On the chance that I didn't, yeah, let's, we'll have to redo that vote. So I apologize about that. I don't think I did call for a public hearing, despite Andy's admonition. Was there anybody who wanted to comment on on item number 5, the weed assessments? Looking out there, I suspect there wasn't anybody. So we'll close the public hearing. I apologize, council. Let's do that vote again. If in favor of the motion, which was for approval of item 5, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item number 6. Tina, would you read item number 6? Tony, what did I say? Tina? Oh. They both start with T. Come on. Tony, yeah, we got 10 more minutes. We got to make it 10 more minutes.
Item number 6, public hearing and resolution setting annual park maintenance districts, PMDs, assessments for FY25. Staff recommends approval.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before you for consideration are the 36 PMDs. Nearly 6,500 properties in Billings are within a PMD. This is the total assessment identical to what was included in the FY25 budget. Your staff memo had the chart that's too small to read here, but shows what the total annual charge for each district is. They do vary by parcel and by district, but the average annual charge is right around $200 or $219 if this were to be approved. Parks Department's here for specific questions. And again, this one's a public hearing as well, Mayor.
Jump up and down next time. Very good. So questions for Andy or for Mike? Councilmember Ripsis?
It's a question actually for Mike. Mike, last year we talked about some of these PMDs exist in subdivisions where HOAs are in existence. And as we move forward with a lot of our new kind of development zoning and P1 type properties, maintaining those in HOAs is going to be pretty much the norm. Have we made any progress over the last year in looking at ways to at least open this up and give HOAs the opportunity to take this maintenance over?
Mayor and Councilmember Rupsis, yes, we did. And actually, if you see it, Annafeld's has been taken over by that HOA, and they are now maintaining that property. So the dollar amount left in Annafeld is because we still own or have retained maintenance of the playground. And so that's why that assessment is set that way. I have reached out to a number of other homeowners associations and talked to them about that. Nobody has taken us up on that offer.
Thank you, Mike.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions for Mike or Andy? Councilmember Owen?
Just a question, probably for Andy, I think. It looks like in the resolution itself, there might be some stray references to internal city links. I assume we should delete those? Yeah, I'm talking here in section 4.
Mayor, Councilmember Owen, I see that it references the file link in there. We can delete the text from that. I don't think it changes anything about the ordinance itself.
No,
or
agreed,
the
but I think we
resolution.
can just make it in our motion that we would delete those stray internal references.
Yes.
Fair enough?
Don't know where the source of those is, but yep.
Don't know either, but, okay.
And Councilmember Owen, can you just clarify
Sure,
again?
Mayor.
I'm sorry, the reference to Public Works Engineering in section 4?
No, I'm in the PMD resolution. If you look around the table
In the table. Okay,
for all of the PMD assessments,
yes? And
I don't think you're looking at,
Section
oh,
4
yeah,
of
I've
the
moved
actual
ahead.
resolution.
I'm too far forward. Okay,
if you look at right around the table
yep.
in the resolution itself, there's some internal errors there.
Okay. All right, so address that in the motion. Any further questions for Mike or for Andy? All right, is there a motion relating to item 6, or public hearing? Thank you very much. Is there any public comment? This is a public hearing, item number 6 on our park maintenance assessments. Is there any public comment? No one's coming forward. We'll close the public hearing. Council, is there a motion relating to item 6? Councilmember Tidswell?
Having conducted a public hearing considering, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution setting annual park maintenance districts PMD's assessments for FY25 as recommended by staff.
And did you want to address the issues in the chart?
Yeah, page 4.
Section 4.
Yeah, what would I say? I would say we consider taking them out of there. Basics.
Okay. Is that sufficient? Is that clear enough for you, Tony?
Yes.
Okay. Then is there a second? Councilmember Ripsis. Okay. Motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? Motion is for approval of item 6 with the corrections in the chart in section 4. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item number 6. Brings us item number 7.
Public hearing and resolution revising and assessing encroachment rental fees. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Jennifer will be our presenter. These are the encroachment fees.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this item before you is to revise and approve the assessments for the annual encroachment fees to assess on FY25 property taxes. So a little bit of history for those newer to council, kind of where we have been and where we are trying to go with these. Back in 1985, the encroachment rental fee was set at $1 per square foot, and that stayed in place for 35 years until we changed it in FY21. At that time, we did several things. The first was to change the methodology to a 2-tier system where tier 1 encroachments have minimal impacts to the right-of-way. They're things like underground conduit or overhead awnings. And then tier 2 encroachments have a major impact to the right-of-way, with the key being they make part of the right-of-way become unusable. So we increased the encroachment rental fee at that time to $2 per square foot. And then we put in place a plan to eventually increase the tier 2 encroachments to a value that was equal to 50% of the average assessed value of the adjacent land. So FY '21 was the first year of that plan. We went through 22, 23, 24, 25 should be the 5th year. However, the assessable value increased at a much higher rate than we had estimated it would. And so rather than increase by 80% this year to get us to that value that we're targeting, we are recommending a 25% increase and to add a couple of years onto our 5-year plan to make it more like a 7-year plan. So the actual rates that we're proposing for FY '25 is to increase the Tier 1 rate from $2.10 to $2.21 per square or linear foot, increase the minimum annual fee by $1.50, and then increase the Tier 2 rate from $5.15 to $6.45. We did have a few encroachments that were removed this year, and then we analyzed some of them again and moved some of the encroachments from a Tier 2 to Tier 1. But this year we do have 129 encroachments left, assessing those to 154 tax codes, and it would generate $110,000 in revenues if approved as proposed. The 5 examples at the bottom are just different types of encroachments, so you get an idea of what these cost people. The bottom one is obviously the biggest, the outdoor patio downtown. I can say since the beginning of when we started increasing these encroachments, we've had no inquiries about the rate increases, no concerns expressed from property owners. The minimal amount that we actually charge annually for this rental fee is nominal compared to the revenue they generate from encroaching into our right-of-way. So again, tonight, a public hearing is needed, and then we're asking you to propose as recommended.
Very good.
Approve as recommended, sorry.
Thank you, Jennifer. Questions for Jennifer before we go to our public hearing? Councilmember Gulick, Neese, and Owen?
Jennifer, we would, even if we didn't collect revenue, we would need to track these encroachments because they need to be on our engineering documents as something we need to be aware of. Is that correct?
Yes, we would have to track all the encroachments. We still have to have a permit process.
Yeah.
And we would still need to recover our time, our staff time for that.
Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, I appreciate you taking a look at that and adjusting the schedule, bringing that change to us. I don't see an issue with extending that out a few more years to bring that up to that number. So again, thank you for kind of seeing what needs to be happening and then bringing that to us. So appreciate that.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Rowan.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Jennifer, you said that there haven't been any concerns. Were people notified of this proposed fee increase?
They were not notified.
Okay. Did you have any conversations, even anecdotally, with impacted owners? I mean,
We have not since the first year.
okay.
Last year, I think the increase was 35%. So they knew it was increasing over time, but we haven't gone back to these.
Is there any simple way for us to know from this list who's Tier 1 and Tier 2?
There is not, but we can certainly improve the document next year.
Maybe next year.
Include
Yeah,
that.
that'd be great. And then just lastly, I noticed you have a little box around Alberta Bear.
I have no idea why that is there.
What's going on? Batting tonight. So that was not intentional. You were not trying to call our
I
attention.
was not trying to point
All
that
right.
one out.
Thanks, Mayor.
Very good. That's where the bollards would go that we didn't fund, you know. Yeah, okay. All right, nothing else for Jennifer? This is a public hearing. If anybody would like to comment on the encroachment rental fees, please come forward. Is there any public comment on item number 7, encroachment fees? No one is coming forward. We'll close the public hearing. Back to council. Is there a motion for approval or disapproval of item 7? Councilmember Neese.
Having conducted a public hearing, consider written spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution revising and assessing encroachment rental rates as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Gulick. Any discussion? Before we proceed to a vote, Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to kind of reiterate my ongoing belief that some of these encroachments actually deliver a good benefit to the city. If we look at the Montana Brewing Company, they've got people out there 3 seasons a year, more people in the public square, slowing traffic down, increasing safety, all those kinds of things. I understand they get a great benefit out of it and a good deal relative to their actual physical structure, but I think we want to encourage more of that type of activity, especially in our downtown corridor. And so I would encourage us to keep trying to figure out a way to separate those good encroachments, if you will, those encroachments that deliver public benefit from others that are purely a cost to the encroachment. So I'm still going to support the method, but I really like the motion, but I'd still really like to see some type of differentiation there. Thank you.
Very good. Any further discussion? We'll proceed to a vote on item number 7. Don't see any, so the motion is for approval of item number 7. If in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Council, we are not going to finish before taking a break tonight, so let's go ahead and take our break now. It is 7:32. We'll come back before 7:40 if we can, and continue with item number 8. All right, welcome back, everyone. It is 7:39. We left off before our break at item number 8. Tony, would you read item number 8, please?
Public hearing and resolution setting special improvement lighting maintenance district SILMD assessments. Staff recommends approval.
Very good. Jennifer?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So the assessments for light districts are required by state law to be approved annually. We have to cover the cost of electricity, maintenance, administration, and equipment replacements in our assessments. Right now, we have 197 streetlight districts. 65 of those are owned by the city, which means that our Street and Traffic Division and Public Works maintains those lights. And we have 123 light districts that are owned by other entities, primarily Northwestern Energy, but we also have a couple Yellowstone Valley Electric districts and MDT districts. And then we have a combination of 9 districts that have both city lights and another entity lights in them. So we are proposing changes in the assessments that will generate about $2.75 million for FY25. Overall, this is only a $38,000 increase over FY24, or 1.4% increase. 84 districts would have no change because they have sufficient cash reserves in their districts to maintain for the year. Decreasing 38 districts that have excess reserves, and we would increase 75 districts. So again, this item needs a public hearing, and then we're asking you to approve as recommended.
Thank you. Any questions for Jennifer before we have a public hearing? Councilmember Neese?
Jennifer, so we manage the ones for Northwest Energy. We collect all the money and send it to them. Is that how that works?
Councilmember Neese, yes, we administer all of the districts. So we are the only entity as a city that can actually have a light district. So we have the light district, we run everything, we pay the electricity bills, and then Northwest Energy does the maintenance in those districts.
Okay, and then do we charge Northwest Energy an administrative fee for managing their districts?
Councilmember Neese, no, because they are the city's light districts, but they're owned and maintained by Northwest Energy.
I see. So we're not allowed to charge administration fee for them for their district. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Owen?
Jennifer, if you don't have the answer to this question, it's okay to respond in the future. But I'm curious as to how much of the total fee is the administrative portion. And the reason I'm asking that is as we contemplate here, having lighting requirements, the future of more lighting districts, how much of an administrative burden are we talking about maintaining this significant number of districts now?
Councilmember Owen, I don't have the exact number, and I can send that to you. It's rather hefty. It's around 25%, I want to say.
So this takes a fair amount of staff to maintain what we have now. Is that what you're telling me?
It does, yes.
Okay. That's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jennifer, you're saying of these assessments, about 25% is administration costs?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for Jennifer, Councilmember Ripsis?
I'm sorry, so that comes out to almost $700,000. Are we talking about 6 FTEs that we have on staff administering these?
Councilmember Ripsis, no, it's a lot of it is to pay our cost allocations because we have to pay for, finance, general fund, all those. The largest part of our administration is actually cost allocations.
But we pay cost allocations based on FTEs, don't we? We don't pay cost allocations just because we have an extra spreadsheet that we're maintaining. We pay them because we've got employees sitting at desks that need PCs and IT support and facility support and all that kind of stuff.
So, Councilmember Ripsis, yes, we have the IT. They're all based on different things. The IT assessments, we have the GIS portion, and part of that's assessed to light districts, and we have, the finance portion, and I think that's based off of how many transactions we have financially. Andy can answer that better. But they're not based all on FTEs.
I mean, Jennifer, if I can follow up on that, if we're collecting close to $700,000, does that include maintenance in the word administration? Like sending out people to go fix it? Is that part of administration too, is maintenance?
No, and the 700,000 might be a little bit high, but it's around, it's 20-some%, I believe, for the administration costs. And I can get back to you with that number, but most of it is for cost allocations. We have one staff member that does it basically full-time, and then 2 others part-time, plus engineering time is in there as well, which would be considered administration in this case. The street traffic actual work that's being done, that would be the maintenance part.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Councilmember, okay. Let's open up for a public hearing. Is there any public comment on item number 8, street maintenance or lighting improvement district? Is there any public comment? No one is coming forward. We'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution setting special improvement light district maintenance SILMD assessments as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Neese indicates he'd like to make the second, so we have a motion. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Boyette or Neese, did you want to speak to your motion? No. Okay. I'll just comment to Chris and to kind of a question. It's not technically germane, but these costs and our discussion is we are still looking at the issue of including a mandatory street light requirement in our subdivision regs. If I remember how that was left, we've had a couple of hearings on that or discussions, and there was a vast difference on understanding of what those would cost. And we're getting more and more information. I think we're getting closer, but I think we left that in staff to work with the chamber and others. Is that process moving along as we try to pin down what these costs would be if we were to enact that requirement?
Yes, and I think what you'll see when we bring back to you is what we need to outline for you specifically is a difference. There are 3 different systems I see around the state and within this city and other cities. Is it Northwestern Energy District? Is it a city district? Or does the HOA or some subdivisions control it through other means? And each of those seem to have a pretty significant different cost approach to what the front end cost is versus the overall cost. So that information will come to you when ultimately you see and are tasked with either approving a set of specifications that does require street lighting in neighborhoods, or you choose not to include that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Kennedy. And I don't want to get us too far afield on this, but go ahead.
I just, thank you, Mayor. Just a comment. I think the administrative fees are a little heavy, and I would just like to see a breakdown and see how it goes, because Northwest Energy does the majority of a lot of these districts, and we do if you have 1 full-time and 2 part-time, what is the other breakdown on the administrative fee? I'd like to see that. I am going to vote no against this tonight, but I would like to see the breakdown on these so I understand them better, because I think that seems very high at $700,000.
Thank you, Councilmember Roops. I see your hand up, and down here, Councilmember Gulick.
Thank you. Just really quick, as we bring those back, yes, the administrative fees have to be I think, part of that cost calculation. It seems to me if an HOA is administering their own lighting district, that's 25% off that we wouldn't be having for chargebacks and all those other kinds of things. So yes, drilling down into what those costs are internally, but also recognizing how they'll feed forward to those other 3 types that you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gulick.
And I think this is maybe more of a comment, and Jennifer, you can correct me if I'm off base, but probably mostly for the public's sake, Councilmember Kennedy is absolutely right that you can get with Northwestern Energy much lower cost up front. Part of it, the city has a 15-year term on their things, but then once that's paid? Is it correct that the city just assesses at a lower rate? I know in downtown it was a real issue because Northwestern Energy owns all of the lights in this district here, and city property owners wanted to have a different kind of lighting. And even though it had been paid off dozens of times in terms of the assessments, Northwestern Energy would require that they pay them to get rid of them and put as well as to pay them to put new ones in. So I know that there's a lot of downtown property owners who are very upset with Northwestern Energy. So it's a really good deal initially, but eventually it's maybe not as good a deal. Is that correct? If I misspoken, Jennifer, if you could correct me.
Councilmember Gulick, that is correct. So the Northwest Energy charges for a Northwest Energy district are going to be higher than those charged for a city district, because they're charging ongoing for those those upfront costs, and they charge those forever. So that never goes away. So over time, the city district is cheaper, but upfront, the Northwest Energy.
Very good. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. And Chris, since you brought this up, that this will be coming back to us, talking about these three different districts, and I'm hoping that comes to a work session and not on the night we have to approve something, because I think that would be educational for a lot of the council members. I studied this 5 years ago when I first got on council, and it is rather complicated, but I think what Jennifer said, that's what I reasoned as well, is it's much better for the city to do these as opposed to someone else, but it would be helpful to kind of be the comparison of that in a work session.
Very good. Any further discussion? Again, the motion is for approval made by Councilmember Boyack, second by Councilmember Neese. Any further discussion? Okay, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Nay. Councilmember Kennedy in the negative, all other council members in affirmative. The motion passes. Concludes item 8. Item 9. Tony, would you read item number 9?
Public hearing and resolution assessing sidewalk construction and/or repairs. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Back to Jennifer.
We're having technical difficulties. I think it's one slide, so. All right. Okay, so this item is for the Sidewalk Hazard Fund assessments. Back in 2018, we put this program into place to have a way to not only construct minor sidewalk repairs faster, but also finance these repairs. Before that, the only method of doing so was by selling bonds and coming to you in the annual sidewalk program that you see. And the problem with that is that it can be a year or more from the time a trip or a hazard is identified before it can get fixed under that program. So under this program, we have a contractor ready to go. We still give property owners the same option. They can complete the repairs themselves or let our contractor do it for them. If those assessments go unpaid as of September 1st, then we assess them on the property taxes, and we still give them another choice. You can pay it in one lump sum or pay it over 5 years on your property taxes. This year, we have 16 properties that had work done and need to be assessed. We have only one property owner that elected to pay that over 5 years, and the total amount of assessments is about $6,700. Again, this one is a public hearing.
Very good. Any questions for Jennifer? Councilmember Neese?
Jennifer, is this less repairs this year than in prior years, or is it's about the same?
Councilmember Neese, it's been pretty low. It's around this dollar every year.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Are we getting all the fixes out of there, or is it just that we just don't have the contractors to do the repairs?
For a while, there was a problem getting the contractor. I think this next year we should be able to do more of these. and increase the work that we do here.
Okay, thank you. And I
But
do
it
have,
is really complaint-based too. So what we're notified of. What we're trying to do is get to the point where we can be more proactive and find these issues too and put them in the program.
okay, and I do have a question for you, if you don't mind. Maybe you can't answer this, and this may be sidetracked, but you get a sidewalk that lays perfectly good for 10 years, and then after a while, it just buckles up, and as a kid, it'd be great as a ramp. What's the cause of those kind of things? There's no trees around. What happens? Why are some of these sidewalks do that kind of thing? I've seen quite a few around the city like that, but
Yeah, obviously something like that can't be ground like they do, and this is mostly for the sidewalk grinding programs. When you have to actually tear out that concrete and replace it, concrete repair right now is expensive. That's why the city tried to actually have its own concrete crew, and we can't find people. But you know, it can be for a panel, it's a few $1,000s.
so is it the heat that causes this type of issues, or we have really hot summer days that causes these things to buckle like that, or is that, can we expect more of that as it gets hotter or not?
I don't believe it's heat, but I can get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer, because these are complaint-driven, I assume we don't have a list. We don't have well, we do that, we have where we've had complaints, but we don't do a survey, for example, and walk up and down sidewalks and try to identify whether, how many we have to go. And so in that sense, we don't really know where we're at and what the deficiency is, correct?
That's correct, Mayor, at this time. You know, we do have a list for missing sidewalks, but we don't, for this program right now, it is really complaint-based.
Okay, do we have any sense, I mean, sidewalks are always wearing out, but we're always replacing some. Do you have any idea if we're getting farther behind, or are we making progress, or we just don't know?
I know we're making progress. I can actually get you some good numbers out of GIS to let you know where we're at.
Okay, I think that'd be helpful. That's the big picture, so thanks. Anything else for Jennifer? Okay, we'll open for public hearing on item number 9. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on item number 9, our sidewalk construction and repair assessments? There's no public comment or nobody coming forward, so we'll close the public hearing. Councilors, or a motion to approve or disapprove item number 9. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution assessing sidewalk construction and/or repairs as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Gulick. Any discussion? Councilmember Gulick?
I'll just say that I have noticed on sidewalks in the neighborhoods I've been walking, at least, that there are increasing a number of them that are ground when there were hazards. And I appreciate that people are complaining, I guess, and that things are better.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kennedy, do you want to address the motion? Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. It's item number 9. The motion is for approval of item number 9. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Tony, would you read item number 10?
Public hearing and resolution approving and adopting FY 2024 budget amendments. Staff recommends approval.
Andy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before I start here, the resolution that was attached when it says as approved on, or, as attesting to what date it was approved, the date on there was incorrect. That has been corrected. Tony today corrected the resolution that's printed. So if this is approved tonight, it does reflect today's date. Get that out of the way. So there are 2 budget amendments before you for FY24. These were discussed at the 8/14 Budget and Finance Committee meeting, though at the time I think some of the detail may not have been available. The first budget amendment is in the fire department for personnel services. The fire department was over budget by nearly $975,000. We're recommending that this be funded through budget reductions elsewhere in the general fund and public safety fund. So there's no net cash outlay here that reduces reserves beyond what actually occurred. But the recommendation is that, you reduce budgets elsewhere. And I think those are identified in the staff memo, and I can give more detail in those areas. But primarily, it's vacancy savings in the police department, unspent funds in the city attorneys because we had less outside counsel than we needed, some savings in the administration department as well as in the finance department, and then the remaining actual council contingency as well, because that went unspent. That's where we're recommending cover this from. So it's actually a net zero budget amendment. This was related to overtime costs, and the chief's here if you want to chat about that, as well as the contract amendment that came to you, I believe, in November of 23 after the budget had been adopted. At that time, we had known that the proposed costs that were being approved, and it was in that staff memo, were going to exceed what was budgeted. We had hoped that we'd be able to, through management of overtime and other expenses, be able to cover that without a budget amendment. That did not turn out to be the case. And then additionally, at some point during the year, I had identified that I had budgeted too few dollars for salaries related to the probationary officers or probationary firefighters that were probationary at the time of budget adoption because they don't stay probationary for an entire year. So at some point during that year, they kick up to a full firefighter, so their wage goes up. That did not occur in FY25. There were some questions today asking about the FY25 budget. I'm confident that the salaries that were budgeted for FY25 are consistent with the rank and the term of the employment that employees were there. Because we did catch that earlier in the year, it didn't occur again this year. I think that's everything I have on the fire department, personnel services, budget amendment. I'm certain there'll be questions. And then City Hall construction, there were a few change orders approved throughout the year, specifically generators, windows, and elevators that caused the contract amount to increase beyond what was budgeted. Those all went to City Council, or Budget and Finance and City Council. This one here, you will, well, if you approve it, initially we'll borrow the funds through the lease financing that has been approved. A significant, if not the entire amount, will be funded through the historic tax credits that we're working towards, and some of it may go on for the full term of the lease. It's a public hearing. Mayor, here to answer any questions, as is the chief. So,
Very good. We'll start with questions. Councilmember Kennedy.
Andy, on the City Hall construction fund, does that push us over the 45 million?
No, this is included in that total package that was presented when these were approved.
Other questions for Andy? Excuse me, Andy. Andy, so back on the fire department's budget deficit, I want to make sure I understand. You were trying to address the question that I had raised in an email today about whether we're looking at a similar deficit in fiscal year 25. And I heard you say one thing that'll make that less likely to happen is because in fiscal 24, we had assumed a large number of probationary officers at a lower rate, not catching that, well, they aren't probationary forever for the whole year. And so their salaries went up, their costs went up. So that has been addressed in fiscal year 25, which is great. What percentage of that 974 is so attributable? How confident are we that that has been addressed, or what portion of that has been addressed in fiscal 25, or is all of it, or just a portion of that accounted for in that way?
So, Mayor, I believe the breakdown of the 975 is the contract that was approved was about 200 or 225,000 more than what we had anticipated it would be. The kind of rounded math on the probationary deficit was about $175,000, and then the remainder from overtime. Working with the chief today, as you know, well, I guess as recently as today, the salaries portion I think we're good on. The overtime is still an issue. We are still short-staffed in the fire department, and he can obviously talk about that. And we are still incurring high overtime costs at this current moment. As part of your FY25 budget adoption, you did increase FTE by 7 new FTE in the fire department. But part of that was some new funding, I believe about $300,000 and $400,000 from overtime was taken from overtime and added to salaries to cover these new 7 FTE. At that time, the chief had mentioned to you that until those staff are hired, the overtime isn't really going to reduce because he doesn't have the staff to start combating that. And I think we are seeing that presently.
Okay, so about 375 to 400 was attributable of the 975 to the probationary issue and the teams or the contract difference. So and roughly, and then so the remainder for about 575 would be the overtime excess.
Correct. There were some items in the fire department that, they didn't fully spend. So, some of that offset and net, but the net amount, yes, you're correct, is right around that 500,000.
Okay, and how are we doing then in fiscal year 25 on overtime expenditures?
We are on track to spend all of it by a lot currently, but that's projected to change once we're fully staffed, I believe in November, around Thanksgiving. But currently we're 12 to 15 FTE short, and there's 11 recruits going through training presently.
Okay, and then, so are we gonna make our goal of reducing overtime by $400 and some thousand dollars? $412,000 or whatever. It sounds like no, I don't wanna play games here. But.
Yeah, I can't confidently say we will at this point, but I think we've got some work to do to see what that might look like as those positions are filled.
Okay, my request, I put it in an email, was we just do that math and on paper, because we've talked about it a lot at the end of the budget period, but we've not seen an analysis or anything in writing or charts and numbers that I can go back to or other people can go back to. So that continues to be my request, is that we address that issue in some sort of written form. So on to other council members. Council members Joy, Owen, Neese.
I believe Councilmember Neese and Owen were before me, so go ahead.
Oh, okay, I apologize. I didn't
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for that courtesy. And when you do this analysis, I would really like us to think very seriously about where we hit our public safety funding, our mill levy for public safety, and where we are going to hit our cap. So I have some concerns about this really large expansion in public safety. We do have the ability through our mill levy to continue to collect that funding, but then we hit that cap at some point. So I would really like to, I mean, that's kind of asking you to do a lot, and I know there's a lot of assumptions, but you're not, this is just you as a director of finance. Are you really confident that we are going to see continued property values going up by 11, 22%, 11 a year, 22 for a 2-year? Do we really project that that's going to continue to happen? Because I think that gave us this big bump of funding, but if that doesn't continue, where do our public safety costs and our mill levy and our cap come together? I don't know if that's possible, but if you could think about it at least and write that down in some way. Thank you.
And feel free to comment if you wanted, Andy, or we'll recognize Councilmember Owen.
Yeah, the only thing to mention, Councilmember Joy, Mayor, City Council, is that no, I do not expect property values to continue to grow at that pace. I think there's intentional efforts at the legislative level, and frankly, real property values aren't increasing at that rate. So even if nothing changed, I don't think we'd see that. And I think we'll see some stuff out of this legislative session that will adjust the whole funding formula.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Owen.
Thanks, Mayor. Chris, It's my understanding that the latest or the updated CPSM study will be available in November. Is that right?
We have it tentatively in an October work session to present it to you guys. We have not seen the draft, though, so I do expect it within weeks, but I haven't seen the draft yet.
So you don't know if there's any recommendations with respect to police or fire overtime management?
Well, to be clear, the CPSM update is for police. We did not do a fire, so nothing to do with fire, no analysis of fire, in part because MRTs and CRUs are so new. That's one part of your question. Absolutely, there will be. We asked for and have had conversations while they were on site. They did report verbally, their analysis of overtime, so there will be a section dedicated to overtime and recommendations and what's driving costs there.
Okay, thanks. So Andy, a couple questions for you. I think we all are reasonably concerned about overtime and overages, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding. The proposed offsets were excess revenues in those other departments, right?
Unspent budgeted amounts.
Right,
sure,
so we
yeah.
had close to $1 million in unspent funds at the end of the fiscal year in other departments.
Across the general fund and public safety fund, yes.
And reallocating these will in no way impact the fiscal year 25 budget.
Correct.
Correct, right, okay. I just want to make sure we're clear. And then next, help me understand, and if you can't, Chief Valdez, I'm certain can, help me understand as we're looking at overtime costs, both, if what I heard you say was correct, is that for most of the year we were tracking and then we spiked, and then now we're seeing a spike again. The commonality is summer, right, and summer fire season. So help me understand how often we're lending out our firefighters, how often we're doing mutual aid for grassland fire, and what that reimbursement back to us looks like.
So the chief will handle all of that. The only thing I'll touch on it since you brought it up, and I think probably for the benefit of some council members, but maybe more for the public. We do track quarterly budget to actual throughout the city, but pay particular attention to police and fire because there's such a focus there and there's a lot of funds. And you had indicated, and it's true, we were tracking pretty well through the end of the third quarter, the fiscal year at the fire department. I think they had spent 76% of their budget. So, 1% more than maybe you'd expect, nothing alarming or concerning. It was that last quarter where things ramped up quite a bit. And I can let the chief address.
But before you go away, when we get reimbursements, how often are we getting them on time? Are we getting our full amounts reimbursed? Is this a battle with, some agencies are good faith, others aren't? What does that fiscal side look at before he tells us about the personnel side?
So the fire department does send the bill and coordinate with DNRC. As far as I know, we get reimbursed very well and generally timely. I don't believe we had any, I don't know what you call it, with DNRC reimbursements in fiscal 24.
We didn't receive any?
I don't think we had any expenditure either during the fiscal year. But I mean, if you remember, it was a pretty wet spring and there wasn't a lot of fire activity through the end of June. So, but that has changed. So,
okay, yeah. Thanks, Andy.
Chief.
Thank you. To answer that question, as far as the partnership with the state, there's several different agreements that we have with them. One being the severity program. The severity program is relatively new, probably in about the last 4 years. And what that program is about is when they call, essentially, they base it week to week based on weather conditions. And this comes through Missoula. Missoula calls the Southern Land Office, which is where Billings is located, and then says, okay, we will allot for the week of, and it goes from Sunday to Saturday. And the DNRC will call us and say, you are allotted 5 personnel for the week of such and such. 2 personnel go on a brush rig, another 2 personnel go on a different brush rig, and then a single individual goes on a water tender or tanker, water tanker. They pay us dollar for dollar. We pay those individuals overtime rate, and they pay us dollar for dollar. We invoice them monthly. It wasn't always that way. In fact, we had a year where it cost us about $300,000, and we didn't get that reimbursement almost till February. So through some lively discussion, we were able to get that taken care of, and now they pay us. We invoice them monthly, and now they pay us right away. And just as an example, the first go-around of this summer, we invoiced from July 17th through August 14th. And they have, the money's on the way already.
Okay.
Just so you know, and it's up to the tune of about $33,000.
Okay, so besides the NRC, are you getting called anywhere else where reimbursement is a problem?
No.
Okay.
We are not. We have two other agreements with the NRC and the county co-op, but we have not had issues.
You're not getting called out into rural parts of Yellowstone County and not getting reimbursed? You're not getting called into Stillwater or Carbon?
No, and so those are some of the things that we call controllables, and so we can deny those. For years, we have not gone out on state fires or federal fires. And with those, it's a different rate. So, for example, if they call and ask for a Type 6 engine, which is a brush rig, that will get charged at, and I'm just spitballing here, $2,500 a day for that piece of equipment. The people that go with it will get charged at a certain rate as well. It does not follow a overtime rate that we charge with severity program, but it does generate revenue. But we just not had the people to be able to send out.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for the chief? And this is a public hearing. We'll have to open that up. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, if I heard you correctly on that last part, we're generating a loss on that because they're not paying us what it's costing us. Is that correct?
No,
because you said you're paying overtime rate, but they're only paying you on straight time.
Oh, no. They're paying us dollar for dollar, so they're paying us at the overtime rate.
So they are paying overtime. I thought I heard you say they weren't, so, all right. So that goes, so all the DNRC, they're paying what the actual cost is for just the personnel, equipment, and everything, so it's a wash?
So the severity program pays for the personnel at the overtime rate. The other two programs will pay at a state rate or a federal rate, which will generate revenue.
Okay.
Not overtime.
So that program, we're probably operating at a loss.
And that's why it's a controllable. We haven't sent anybody out in years.
Okay, and so you haven't gone out to Bighorn County or out of the county at all?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so I heard Andy say that, we're not, I guess, Chris, this is to you for a moment, if you don't mind. Andy mentioned that third quarter was 76, which is, it wouldn't really set off any red flags at all, but maybe some yellow flags to say, hey, why are we, going over, maybe look at a trend and stuff. And then now I don't know what the percentage is over now, but it seems like an awful lot that, so when did the action start trying to take place to kind of correct it? Because it seems to me like, I know we heard some things around the budget time, but now we're having to dip into $1 million into all these other funds.
So Councilmember Neese, I think if we go back to what the chief proposed and what the council adopted with one primary exception, that is a long-term fix. But we got short-term issues. So what do I mean by long-term? What the chief said, we were down 12 FTEs last year. And so that was a component that was driving a lot of overtime, and it really hit us in that fourth quarter. It is still hitting us to this day. So we're looking in this current fiscal year. I wouldn't say it's a summer issue. As you heard, $33,000 reimbursable. It really is a non-issue to the scale of what we're dealing with. The good news is the 12 have been hired, or 11 of the 12 have been hired, and they are going through training. The problem is, and this was a known, and it was stated by the chief at budget time, until those 12 are through the training program, so essentially Thanksgiving, not until Thanksgiving, they're not covering a shift themselves. In fact, we're incurring overtime, additional overtime to train them. So we're continuing to have a short-term problem, and we got to figure out how we're going to manage the rest of this fiscal year, not having $1 million deficit at the end of it. Because it's actually the additional 7 FTEs that you agreed to that actually put the chief in a position where there's a little bit more room for him to manage the new reality that we live in. What do I mean by the new reality? And I'm going to speak in broad terms, and the chief, we've had several of these conversations. It was rare to see 12 vacancies in the department, extremely rare in a year, particularly the number of people who went to other cities or left us. In addition to that, we saw between 1 and 8 long-term disabilities. People got hurt, injured. The 7, I'm getting to your, this additional 7 gives the chief capacity to be able to absorb that because we're not opening any additional stations. The problem is those additional 7, they're not coming into the cycle until next spring. So we know this fiscal year that we're in right now is going to be extremely challenging. It is, relative to how we manage payroll expenses. I'm just put overtime and straight time in one bucket. And so we're working on how do we, what decisions have to be made to not find ourselves needing $1 million in savings in other parts of the general fund in order to come to you and say there's no fiscal effect.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. I guess the question I'll have for the chief then on this is, we heard earlier tonight that recently the crew teams are not really crew teams anymore because they're not crisis people. They're just a single MRT or MRU. So I don't know how many EMTs are assigned to that?
2.
2. And so if that's not a functioning operation right now, as it's supposed to be, why are those not able to be reassigned to help alleviate some of the overtime that you're feeling in other departments? Is that not possible?
I mean, everything's a possibility. It's something we'd have to negotiate with the union. These individuals are single role. They're not suppression capable, unfortunately, and that was the deal that we worked out. What we were hoping was that the partnership could get back on its feet, and we would float these personnel in the meantime, but unfortunately, it's not looking like that.
Okay. Mayor, I had another question for Chris, if you don't mind. So Chris, when I look at this, we got these vacancies here in the public safety, 415,000 for the police, 212 in the courts, city attorney 157. And, you know, we approve these budgets because there's a need for the public safety, the police and things like that. Why are the departments not fulfilling, really using their budget to, generate that public safety that we're trying to get done?
So, I mean, there's no simple answer to that. I can tell you, and again, remind you, for 6 years nearly, we've been authorizing overhiring, and the chief, when there are additional qualified candidates that are above our FTE counts, we authorize it to be hired. That's rare, candidly. It's allowed, but the number of qualified candidates that end up meeting the standard, being above what the need is, so that because to your point, we don't want any vacancy savings in the police department. That we're not managing in any way to say, we need you to have vacancy savings because of the costs we're incurring elsewhere in the general fund. So what we've got to do in this current fiscal year, right, is manage our way through what the fire department's experiencing, which is those, like I said, those 12 vacancies, 11 of them are going through training. Of the 8 people that were on extended leave, today there's 1. Tomorrow we could have 3 more, but today there's 1. Until we get those 12 on shift and the additional 7 on shift, the reality is we're going to have to manage very deliberately, how do we avoid what we've found ourselves in the last 90 days of the past fiscal year? Because we're starting the fiscal year, frankly, in that same spot. Right. But knowing it in August here or September so that we can make adjustments. But I'll be candid, those adjustments, they're not necessarily going to be easy decisions. The chief, his team, administration, and ultimately some decisions may come to this table relative to what do we have to do to end the fiscal year within what we're allotted to manage the budget within.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chris, can I just follow up with that? I guess I'm concerned about the long-term cost structure of the fire department right now, given these changes. And I understand that overtime is expensive on a per hourly rate basis, but hiring lots of people to get rid of overtime is maybe much more expensive, not on a per hour basis, but overall. So maybe we're saving money with the overtime in the grand scheme of things. But that all has to be analyzed and broken down to see what these projections are. Are we going to see some sort of written analysis of this situation that makes some rational projections, explains what the assumptions are that we can all kind of look at for the next year, 2 year, because we've made commitments that are long-term commitments. So are we going to see a written analysis? You don't have to answer that, but I need an answer to that question at some point. And if you're prepared to, fine, but.
I can, because the answer is yes. We have to have a written analysis in order to make decisions on the inside. Budget and Finance Committee, I know, is going to be, they need to understand what's going on in this regard. And ultimately, if some of the kind of decisions that may need to be made in order to get through this fiscal year within our budget, there may be some policy calls. If there are, they're going to have to come to this table for you to make.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Owen?
Mayor, I hate to ask a second.
Councilmember Boyette.
I hate to ask a second question, but the city administrator said something that triggered my mind, but I'm happy to defer to Councilmember Boyette, who hasn't had a chance to answer his question yet.
Councilmember Boyette, thank you.
Pepper, we've talked about this before and we've never agreed on it, but as a bean counter, just a person looking at numbers, Zach said earlier that he gets 60% of your calls, which I don't understand. But so if the crew is doing 60% or mobile response is doing that much, that means that the rest of your people aren't working as much as they were. Okay, so we have people, you're paying overtime for people who aren't doing 60% of the work. As a bean counter, that doesn't make sense. So I mean, if we have 2 guys that we used to have in a truck, now they're not in a truck, can we lay them off? Can we furlough them? I mean, why pay for a salary when they're not doing their job? I don't know that with obviously the union troubles, but as a bean counter, if MRU or mobile response unit and crew were taking away a lot of your calls, you're not working as hard, why do we need overtime? Use those people for training. Does that even make sense, my question?
I mean, I can see where you're going, but I would absolutely caution you against removing engine companies and truck companies because of mobile response teams and crew. What you have to realize is that those are augmented services to help relieve the pressure off of our suppression crews. Suppression, it's like an insurance policy. No one wants to pay for it, but you're happy that they're there when you call them, right? And that's why they're there. They have to be there. They're our Swiss Army knife. They do everything for us. The MRTs and crew are focused. The crew handles mental health crises and substance abuse, where MRTs are simply to take the pressure off the engine companies who need to be in training and who need to be ready to handle those labor-intensive type calls, rescues, hazardous materials, and those fires that occasionally happen. So I would caution against, going down that road, replacing one for the other. If I had my option, I would get rid of the crew and the MRTs before I get rid of a truck company or an engine company. Plain and simple. You bet.
Okay, Councilmember Owen and Councilmember Kennedy.
Thanks, Mayor. I had a question for the city administrator, but I think we muddied the facts a little bit. What I heard tonight is Zach say 60% of the crew calls are generated from BPD calling them to the scene, not that the crew is doing 60% of BFD's work. So I just want to be clear that at no point, I mean, the MRTs might be relieving how often we roll the big trucks, big engines, but the crew is relieving pressure on BPD.
That is correct,
Okay.
mostly.
So I want to clear up, Chris, a discrepancy between what Andy said and what you said.
Okay.
I asked Andy about the source of the 974,000, and he said what I think is correct, which is that they're unspent funds. What I heard you say is that they are savings, which in my mind is different. So are they, at the end of, on June 30th, we had some unspent funds that we were able to patch a hole with? Or did you have a heads up on this and you started directing those departments not to spend, anticipating that? Because to me, that's what savings are.
Yeah, no, whatever I said was savings was not meant to be in conflict with.
So to be clear, under standard operating in FY '24, we didn't make any changes or do anything. We had nearly $1 million in unspent funds.
Yes.
Because that's naturally going to happen, right? We don't ever have 100% FTE and we budget for 100% FTE, right? Okay.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure we weren't making cuts to BPD or city attorneys. This is just what happened.
Absolutely.
Okay. So then my question then to you, Chief, is it true that part of the increased hiring is your solution to stop the hemorrhaging here?
100%.
Can you walk us through that again? Because it seems to be getting lost up here.
Okay, so I don't know if you remember in the budget presentation, I did specifically say this will get uglier before it gets better. And it is specifically because of the timing and how we have to onboard our people. We cannot simply go out and just pull people off the street and throw them on an engine. It takes 14 weeks of training. Before all that, there is a Montana testing consortium that we go through. All of the departments go through it together. It's hosted here in Billings, and it gathers a hiring pool that all of the professional departments in the state can pick from. So there's a bit of competition that takes place as well. Once you go through all the interview processes and you've tendered some offers, now those individuals have to go through a series of background checks, psych checks, drug screening, tobacco, the whole thing. And that takes about 7 weeks. Then you get them going, you get them started. In fact, this current group started August 19th. They'll be ready the Monday before Thanksgiving to go on shift. That is simply to plug the holes that we have currently. Like Mr. Kukolski has said, and I've said, we've never seen this before, this many vacancies. And we can get into that as well as all the reasons as to why.
But is overtime one of them, not to interrupt you, but constantly being put on overtime, does that lead to burnout and resignations?
100% it does. So it's this huge vicious cycle, right? So in order to fix one issue, you got to dig into the overtime to take care of the rest. For example, we have to pull people off a shift in order to train these individuals. 2 captains at the overtime rate for a 14-week period will cost us about $80,000 just in overtime. And so right now it's to plug the holes. Then we'll tender offers for the next group in the spring. That's where we'll see some wiggle room, if you will, to allow us to be better prepared for those contingencies that we just can't predict. You know, we've had knees, Achilles tendons, torn bicep, 2 back surgeries, another knee, 2 childbirths, by the way. By law, we have to give them 12 weeks off, and then a carpal tunnel. And these were all off duty except for one. So, you know, these are the unforeseens for us that really hurt us, on top of the vacancies.
So your view is FY '25 is going to be a challenge, and FY '26 the tide turns?
Yes, what I'm asking from council is just quite bluntly, hang in there with me. The theory is that if we can get over this hump, FY '25 I am going to stand in front of you next May and say, yep, we're over again. It was ugly, but FY '26 is where we should see the turn.
Let's not wait for May to have that conversation.
Well, sure.
Thanks.
Okay, very good, thank you. Councilor Rowan, Councilor Kennedy next.
Chief, how many years have you been a fireman?
29.
So if you would have to put in the overtime you're asking the guys to put in now, how long would you have lasted And that's the one thing, by shaking your head and saying the amount of overtime, we're paying a lot of overtime because we don't have enough folks to fill all of the spots. We're 12 down to 17 down, and we've got to bite the bullet. And to be able to get you up to a number, or we're going to be falling farther behind looking at this, because more and more of your firemen are going to be leaving us. Is that what you're looking at if we don't do something now?
That is absolutely correct. And I can tell you that for decades, our personnel budgeting has been based on, it allows us for 2 vacation slots every single day. 365 days, we have room to allow 2 people off outside of the normal schedule. If anyone calls in sick for any reason, or we have to send someone away for training, we have to backfill that, and it immediately triggers overtime.
Okay. So really, when we came this year and we talked to the chief about adding more firemen on into the budget, it was looking at, and the chief said to us over and over again, especially at the budget committee, that by adding them, we're not going to see a change in the overtime until we start filling these positions. And we all heard that, and we all knew that. And then once we get over the hump and we start hiring for the last 7, we're going to still see overtime drop a little bit, but we're probably about a year out before we see the real light at the end of the tunnel. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what we're doing right now, and what Councilman Owen has said, is we are using whatever reserves or whatever this year to backfill. And what we're hoping to do is that we don't have 974,000 for this next year, because hopefully we are starting to plug the holes in this budget and be able to get the personnel that we need to get it back, and not the large overtime that we're seeing. We were fully aware of that when we put it together with the budget committee. We were fully aware of that when we voted on it and pushed it forward. I understand it's a shock to see the 974,000, but we were fully aware of that it was coming up. So this evening and looking at that is no shock to me, because we knew it was coming. So I think we're on the right track, and in November, December, Mayor, we should be having the chief come back, tell us where we're at, so we can get a better hold of it over the next 6 months. Thank you.
Very good. Council, we don't have a motion in front of us. So any other sort of factual questions for the chief, after which we'll have a public hearing if there's anybody who wants to comment, and then I'll ask for a motion. But any other questions for the chief? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, if the Kelly days were changed, would that help with the overtime and the ability to staff more of the schedule needed?
Yes and no. And I'll be quite frank with you. Yes, it would on the bottom end or the bottom line. The issue that you are facing right now is a fundamental shift in how people view service. And the labor market is dictating to us how we're able to recruit and retain. Recruitment has not been an issue, it's retention. And people just don't want to work anymore. They would rather go skiing, they would rather go hiking. You're seeing fire departments across the country that are now offering signing bonuses. I've never seen this before. relocation expenses. And there's a department on West Coast that's down 200 people. They're handing out overtime like candy. And to Councilmember Kennedy's point, that eats at you after a certain point, and mentally and physically is not healthy or safe. But to go back to the question of changing the schedule, yes, you could do that, but now you're adding those hours, and it's no longer it is no longer an option to say, no, I don't want to work the extra. Could hurt recruitment, maybe not. I know that
They do make more money when they change their Kelly days.
They do on straight time, yes. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Chief. We'll have a public hearing. There's nobody with us, so I'm not quite sure how that would happen, but this is officially a public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to comment on item number 10? No one's coming forward, so close the public hearing. Back to council now. Council, we need a motion. How do you want to proceed? Councilmember Boyette.
I don't see that we have a choice. So having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution approving and adopting a resolution for FY 2024 budget amendments as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Kennedy. Councilmember Boyette or Kennedy, would you like to speak to your motion? Okay. Anybody else who would like to address? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You know, I understand completely the discussion that has gone on. The way you pay for your public safety costs is through property tax. Nothing but property tax. That's it. You can get over a hump by taking unspent money from the general fund in various departments, but the only way we will pay for our public safety under our current tax system is through property tax. So we might get over this hump, but there are some really, really tough decisions that are going to come down on us, because property tax values are not going to increase 22% forever. When we take on personnel, we take on the responsibility for more than one fiscal year. We are taking on that responsibility, that fiscal responsibility, for decades. So if we don't grow our tax base, we're not going to be able to pay for our public safety. Thank you.
Very good. Any other discussion on the motion? I'll vote in favor of the motion because I agree with Councilor. We don't have any choice in the matter. It's all, we're here in good faith. There's no doubt about it, but I am very concerned about going forward. We're going to continue to have the overtime problems. We know that. We've solved the probationary issue, but these are still big numbers. Last year, we must have had some huge vacancy savings in the fire department because of these hiring problems. But despite that, we still had a $74,000 deficit. So I don't see those things going away, and that's why I'm so insistent we see some detailed written analysis as soon as possible. It can be refined. It'll have to evolve, but something that allows us to kind of look at these numbers so we don't get ourselves into trouble going forward. To Councilmember Kennedy's point, he wanted us to start the budget process quickly. And that's exactly what we're doing, which I think is, in this case, a very wise move. Yes, we did have these other savings, which is good, but we're still taking $415,000 from the police department. Councilmember Rowan's point, it doesn't seem to have caused real problems in the police department, which is great, but we don't want to think that that was kind of extra money. We did cut the Parks Department $600,000. They had projects that this money could have gone toward that are not. Similarly, $300,000 or so from Met Transit. So there's always a good use for these dollars. We had to turn down good, important dollars for Babcock and the depot and things like that. So anyway, with that, anything else before we proceed to vote? Okay, so the motion is for approval of item 10, consistent with the staff recommendation, both in the fire department and also the city hall construction adjustments. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 10. Council, it is 8:45. The next item up, again, the original item 11 has been delayed to the future, but the next item up would be item number 3. We'll ask Tony to read item number 3, and we can talk about what we're going to do there. Tony, would you read item number 3?
Public hearing and resolution setting annual levies on general fund, transit, library, public safety 1, 2, and 3, and general obligation debt. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, very good. We'll proceed with this one unless there's something that people want to do. I'm going to recognize Andy, Councilmember Bernice. And basically what I'm getting at is there was discussion by email about whether this got put off until the Budget Committee has a chance to look at it tomorrow or on Wednesday. Or we could get into it, hear the big picture. But Councilor Bernice, do you want to comment on sort of the scheduling issue before I turn over to Andy to
No, it
give us the big
wasn't.
picture?
It was more of a procedural issue on hearing the items to Gina. Because in all these other items, we had to have separate public hearings for different SIDs and things like that. These are, 6, 7 distinct different mill levies, and so are we not going to have individual votes on these, or we are allowed to do a package on these yet? On the SIDs, we had to do individual. So wondering why we're separating out those and not separating out these separate items.
Yeah, my understanding this would be a package combination deal. I don't know exactly why, except that with the others that are SIDs, bond counsel probably looks at each one of those and wants to make sure that there's a box that they can check when they go to sell the bonds, makes them feel more comfortable. I'm speculating. This is, I call it an internal measure, but again, Gina, are you prepared to comment on whether it's okay to have a single vote to approve these as a package?
Sorry about that. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Yes, I believe that these, you certainly can do separate motions, but I don't think that that's necessary. I think that it would be appropriate to simply make amendments as you deem necessary. But it's certainly not required to take these matters and take separate action on each of them.
Optional, but you don't know of a legal, I'm summarizing, it's theoretically possible, but you don't know of a legal requirement for separate votes.
That's correct.
Okay?
There is no legal requirement to take these separately.
Okay, if there's nothing else as way of follow-up, I'll turn it over to Andy for.
But there was a legal requirement to the other ones. That's why I'm wondering why. On one hand, we're doing it.
I'm not sure if that's the case. Gina,
Actually,
can you address the others?
The other issue, the item number, I'm trying to find the SIDs. Actually, the advice that I gave on that was that there's no specific, explicit statutory authority to have a joint hearing on those matters. Those SIDs each require a public hearing, but in the matter of efficiency, this council generally likes to do joint hearings, and I simply advise that there's no statutory authority for that. There's no prohibition to it either, so if you want to do that, joint hearings, you can do that. I simply advised it would be good practice to take each SID separately. But again, no statutory authority to do or requirement to do that. It was simply my advice and opinion that I thought it would be better practice to do so, but not required.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Thank you, Andy. We'll turn it over to you for your presentation on item number 3.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before you are 2 resolutions that set out to do generally the same thing. These will set the mills to be levied for all of them are voted in the city of Billings. through either the charter or a separate general obligation vote. In this case, there's the general fund, library, transit, the 3 public safety levies, and then the 2 remaining general obligation bonds, one for the library and one for the ballpark. The budget was set up based upon an assumption of value growth at 1%. What we actually realized was 1.5%. So when we discussed this at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting last August, I'd indicated that I had not had these numbers prepared at that time, but we talked about 2 options that are before you here tonight. One of them setting what I've called as the minimum mills needed to generate sufficient revenue consistent with the budget that was adopted. And then one of them, which is the maximum mills that you are allowed to levy under the charter. The difference of about 1 mil between the 2. Just right here showing what fund, in the purple there, the minimum mills that you could levy and still generate sufficient revenue consistent with your budget. And then in blue, what the maximum would be. And then in white, trying to give some understanding of the differences. If you were to levy the max for the median home, what that additional difference is for 1 mills, or just barely over 1 mills, $4.21. They would generate about $276,000 in additional revenue. Not, well, in primarily the general fund and public safety fund, that's where the majority of your mills are located. And that's where you would see additional revenue. There was no, because this information wasn't available in this detail, and frankly, I don't think we were prepared to have the discussion. The Budget and Finance Committee did not make a recommendation for either. There was simply some questions about both of these options, so I wanted to present them both to you. Personally, I think given the financial situation at the city, specifically the reserves in the general fund, which I've been advocating for and I'll continue to do so, I think serious consideration to levying the max for additional reserves purely for cash flow and operations at the city, not for additional spending, should be considered by this body. There was a discussion about sending this back to the Budget and Finance Committee this Wednesday. That is okay. These have to be like all the other assessments and taxes need to be set by the end of this month. So you do have one more meeting. So if that happens, we will be back on your meeting on the 26th, I believe, or 23rd, whatever that is. But it'll be on the next meeting, and you do have time to do that. So that is an option as well. Mayor, happy to talk about anything in particular here, but that's all I have for presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions for Andy? Councilmember Roops, Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, I've got 2 questions. One is, if we levied the max mills in that situation, we could, since the public safety levies are going to generate an extra $150-some thousand, we could reduce the general fund transfer to the public safety by that same amount, and so then all that money would, essentially we'd realize $250,000 in the general fund to be used as we needed, right?
Councilmember Rousseau, that is correct. It would require one more action, a budget amendment. Yep.
Very good. The other thing is, regardless of what we do here tonight, we're going to have a budget amendment, either that type of amendment, or if we were to say we want to expend these funds in some way, that would require a budget amendment.
Correct. If the intention was to use these funds for anything other than adding to reserves, yes, you would need a budget amendment.
Right.
Yes.
So we can make the decision on the mills tonight, but then come back, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever, after we've had some time to think about it, the budget committee and those types of things, and say, this is how we actually want to use the money. But given all the things that are out there and an infinite number of possibilities of things that they could be used, we're probably pretty comfortable tonight saying, yes, we're going to do the maximal situation. We just don't know which way we want to use the funds yet.
Councilmember Roupsis, that is correct. And in fact, you would not be legally able to reappropriate these funds tonight, because we would have to notice and have a public hearing and, you know, all that process. So you could certainly give indication tonight, but yeah, you do not have the ability to appropriate funds this evening.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Roy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like you to speak to the issue of the reserves, number one. And I want you also to speak to what you had commented during our previous year, fiscal year, that we were right to a difficult point in terms of cash flow. So your recommendation in terms of what we need for the reserves and that cash flow, could you speak to that a little bit more? Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Councilmember Joy, your minimum reserve in the general fund is 29% of general fund expenditures, which barely and probably does, well, it doesn't actually cover the cash flow needs between tax payments. Right before we get our tax payments, we actually go negative cash in the general fund, and largely because of the transfer to the public safety fund. And so your minimum reserve at 29% really isn't sufficient. And we are, and for the past few years, have been right around that 29% number. I think for the prior probably 12 to 15 years, each year we were adding to reserves. And so that number was getting bigger. And we had very healthy reserves. And we used those funds primarily for franchise fee lawsuit, the new city hall, I suspect a litany of other things. But, you know, just like in your own home, you know, good financial practice would be to start building up those reserves again. Rating agencies do look at that. We have had questions during ratings calls about our reserves, you know, what the long-term plan is, you know, and is there council support to grow that or keep it at the minimum, you know, those types of questions. So, you know, that there are entities outside of Billings that do review our financials and kind of question what the long-term plans are here.
Councilmember Joy, go ahead.
Just a follow-up. So our bond rating, is very, very good. How much impact would it have if the council just says we have no appetite for really growing our reserve? We want to be right on the knife's edge in terms of cash flow. How could that impact us with our ratings? Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Councilmember Joy, I think if we could demonstrate that by being at our minimum wasn't creating issues long-term or potential issues, that, you know, our tax base growth was sufficient to cover estimated inflation growth, that may not be an issue. I can't confidently say that that's going to occur, although it's been very unique with respect to our tax base over the past few years, and I project will be for the next few years as well. So I think it's important that you have those there for reasons like tonight, our budget amendments and known expenses that we're going to be incurring. It is good practice to build those up, gives us a safety cushion. We will need it eventually. We don't know what for, but you will need it eventually. So I would encourage you to keep adding to it slowly over time. It's not the prettiest thing to budget for, but yeah, it is something that's important.
Very good. Thank you, Councilor Rowan. Councilor Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, I just want to make sure we're tracking each other here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the minimum mills, 207.37. That exactly funds the budget as adopted.
Within a few thousand bucks. Yep.
Right. Rounding errors.
Yeah.
And that budget includes a planned revenue balance, a reserve balance that is 1.7 million in excess of minimum reserves.
Assuming we ended the year where we thought we were in, I think, March when we put the budget together, yeah, that's correct.
So you're planning at that minimum mill level to have excess revenue to go into reserves?
I don't believe there was any additional funds going in. I think the budget adopted did not use any reserves for FY25 as
Except
adopted.
for Stagecoach Trail.
Not from the general fund.
Okay, you, agreed, from Parks Reserve. But I thought when you and I had a conversation about this, you said it was about 400,000 that was going into reserves in FY '25.
In FY '24, I think. I don't recall there being reserves getting added in FY '25.
Okay, so in FY '24, you planned for an addition to reserves.
We experienced additions to reserves. I didn't plan for it.
Okay, so at no point do you come to council with planned reserve increases?
Typically, we do not adopt a budget that assumes additions to reserves. In fact, maybe I should clarify, in FY '24, we did not add to reserves. We used less reserves than we had anticipated. If you recall, we paid the franchise fee settlement, and we knew we were going to use reserves to cover that.
For some of it,
Yes, yep,
at the mill increase.
yep, and we used slightly less reserves than what we had budgeted to use in FY '24. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
that does make sense. I am struggling with the characterization that there's some sort of house on fire financial crisis here. Because we have funds in excess of reserve, minimum reserve requirements. Yes?
Barely, if we do. Less than $1 million, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have enough money to fund the budget at the minimum mill levy.
Correct.
These are, you seem to be hesitating to answer
Well,
here.
I'll add some more, but I'll
Go
let
ahead,
you-
please.
Okay, well, we have enough to fund the budget when you look at a 12-month cycle.
Mm-hmm.
We do not have enough to fund the 6-month gap between tax payments. So when we get to the end of June, when we received our second half tax payment, when we look back a year, we're fine, no issue.
Mm-hmm.
But when we're in May and November, the month before we receive that tax payment, we're sitting in a position where there's negative cash in the general fund, and we're internally borrowing
Against reserves.
against other funds,
Mm-hmm.
not against reserves. There are no reserves in May in the general fund. There is zero. There's less than zero.
And then they fill up when taxes come in.
Correct. Yes. So not a house on fire issue, but an issue where, and we've experienced this in the past 5 years, the rocks fall off the rims and it's not a public works issue. It becomes a parks issue. And now we have to remove this boulder. We don't have funds budgeted for that on an annual basis. We've used reserves in those cases. Something very similar to that. So maybe not a house on fire, but a house crushed by a rock.
Sure, but it concerns me because we don't talk about that, right? We're talking about the minimum reserve amount in the general fund as if it's the only reserve, but it's certainly not. Many of the other departments have reserves as well. Parks has a reserve, separate from the general fund reserve.
Correct. For
For emergencies, and some for planned projects.
yes.
Yeah, right? There's a
Yeah.
balance in there. We talked about this during the budget cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I'm asking these questions, Andy, is because I'm concerned that we're thinking only about our fiscal picture and not the fiscal picture of the people who actually pay the bills. People are struggling out there, and every dollar matters. And with inflation and tax increases and all these things stacking up, I think we need to be balanced in how we think about this. So I want to understand our fiscal picture, but I want to understand in the context of people who have to pay this bill and are really struggling and might say, you know what, I get it, but now is not the right time for, wouldn't it be great if we had extra money laying around? Because in fiscal year '24, we still ended up with nearly $1 million in unspent revenues because we were able to backfill the fire department. So I think you budget very well, and that's why we value you. But if in fiscal year '24 I'm sorry, I've lost my number here, 206.57 mil, we still ended with at least $1 million in surplus. And I think there's probably more, not much more, but I think there's probably more.
Mm-hmm.
Then how is it that raising taxes at the minimum mill levy still creates a crisis?
I wouldn't characterize it as raising taxes at the minimum creates a crisis.
Okay.
But
feel free to recharacterize.
I would say that it will fund your budget, which was essentially revenues and expenses matching within, I think, less than $50,000 for fiscal year '25 in the general fund and public safety combined. So not creating a crisis. But I think that you should consider making efforts to grow your fund balance. It will happen over time, based upon historical operations and the fact that we generally don't spend 100%. I agree with that. I think it's going to take 5 to 10 years to get it to the point where I would say you're at a good spot.
I hear you. I'm just trying to understand I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm trying to understand the dollar difference because we did end up in a tight-ish concept with $1 million in unspent revenue. So I'm just concerned at the characterization that if we fund at the minimum mill levy, that somehow we won't have money left over at the end of the year. Because based on last year's performance and the year before that and the year before that, we likely will. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. We did spend the $975 that we just reallocated to fire. That it was unspent elsewhere, but it did get spent in fire.
Okay,
So
thanks,
that
Mayor.
didn't get added to, okay.
That was the house on fire. The firefighters need it. Councilmember Neese, I want to jump in, and Councilmember Kennedy. Had a question. Go ahead, Councilmember
Okay,
Neese. And
yeah.
then just a reminder, Councilor, we still have a motion at some point. We'll get that.
Thank you. Councilmember Owen discussed quite a bit I was going to talk to, but I just wanted to, I guess, reiterate the fact that, yeah, we had about $1 million excess if it wasn't for the fire department issues that we had to address, and which would add to your reserves. I think one of the things that I would like to have seen, if you're asking us to fund more than what the minimum is, would be to really see what that shortage is, because I agree with you. I think that I would like to see us not borrow against other funds, but I don't really know how often we're doing that, how deep it's going. Is it getting worse every single November and May? And so for me, it's, to say, yeah, let's go more, I would need to see more information on that. But I think we have to remember also, and I guess I'll ask this, how much in mill levies did we add to last year's budget for the lawsuit settlement, the franchise settlement?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, in FY24, I believe you levied mills sufficient to pay about $1 million of that settlement and used 2.6 of reserves. I believe that's what happened.
Okay, so $1 million.
Anyone can feel free to correct me if their memory is different.
Okay, so $1 million, so probably 3 mills or so, roughly?
I think so.
Okay. And so in my view, that was a one-time expense. And so even at the minimum, we're increasing our taxes because we really should be backwards another 3 mills because we didn't have that. So we really are raising the taxes even at the minimum. And so I'm really struggling to say, yeah, we should fund more. I'd like to actually fund less because if we know this last year we did $1 million vacancy and we do vacancies every single year, then maybe we should drop this down, to 205 or something like that to at least get a little bit less. And so we're not increasing taxes as much to the residents because they are struggling to pay. I hear it all the time. They're struggling to pay insurance, they're struggling to pay taxes. Now they're struggling to pay the utilities. I mean, we've really increased the residents' fees, and they just can't afford to stay in their own houses. So, and then so one other thing is you say you're borrowing to pay the bills. And so maybe one of the things we have to look at is you're borrowing it from just other general fund reserves within different departments. Is that kind of where are you borrowing it from?
Borrowing it most recently from cash that was sitting in City Hall Construction Fund. It's not available any longer. We would probably borrow from water or wastewater or solid waste for that interim, and then the interest earned at that point would go to that fund still.
Go to that fund.
Yep.
Okay, so you're actually borrowing the funds from that. So it's not that there's not enough reserves in the equipment reserve. You're not borrowing it from that fund. Or Parks Fund or something like that, you're borrowing it from wherever you can get it.
We could borrow from any fund. I'm not aware that there's a legal restriction. There may be on some bond funds, but we could pick the fund, I suppose.
Okay, and if 29% is not the right number, what number is?
I think it's probably closer to 32 to 35%.
I see.
It's probably $1 million or $2 million more than where we're at. 29% is usually between 11 to 12.5 million. I'd have to get the exact number, but my recollection is that you're really borrowing a couple million in that last month.
So it's roughly about $2 million twice a year. Has it been growing every single year?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. All right. Well, if we can get some more information on that, I think that would be helpful if we're considering increasing or changing that reserve higher like you'd like to see it.
Sure.
But thank you.
Okay, Andy, I just wanted to go back to this concept of where we're going to end up the year. And, you said we've got a balanced budget, the numbers work out, ignoring the issue of vacancy saving, which I think is a perfectly legitimate, question. But assuming we actually staffed up to what we, were anticipating, are we going to at least end up with a deficit of our overtime in the fire department? And the reason I say that is we budgeted, as I understand it, $412,000 of overtime savings in fiscal year '25, that we were going to reduce their overtime by $412,000. The chief, to his credit, said, nope, that's not going to happen. And he said that during the budget discussion. And tonight he said, nope, that's not going to happen again. My understanding is, even though we're only 10 weeks into the fiscal year, we've already burned through most of the reduced overtime budget for the entire fire department. We are not going to see those savings of $412,000. It seems obvious to me. So we may call it a balanced budget, but it's kind of like to say we're going to have revenue from the lottery, because we bought a $5 lottery ticket, right? Or except on the reverse. We don't have a real balanced budget if we ignore those other perfectly legitimate things like vacancy savings. Just looking on the paper, because that we're counting on $412,000 of overtime savings in the fire department that are not going to occur in fiscal year '24. Isn't that true?
Mayor, I think, yes, that is true. I do not expect that the fire department is going to, well, I should say it this way. I expect that the fire department is going to have overtime expenses higher than what was budgeted. Some of that will be covered through the vacancy savings of those 7 positions that aren't filled. But I don't think it will be sufficient to offset that overtime increases. Chris and the chief and Kevin and I we are looking at ways to, what options exist. Not necessarily ways to reduce overtime, but what options exist, because we need to make those decisions.
And that's good.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, vacancy savings are very important, and that's why we need these projections. And I don't want to beat a dead horse. So, good enough. Councilmember Kennedy.
Andy, we have a big expense the last couple of years, and that's on this new building. So once the new building is done, what type of dollars do you see us being able to put back into reserves?
Mayor, Councilmember Kennedy, I don't know that I have a good answer for you there. I hope that, well, we haven't added more from the general fund to that project in the past year or two. When the building was purchased and the construction contract was let, we knew what amount we moved over there. So that building, while it was the initial use of the reserves that we'd accumulated, I don't believe it's caused additional expenses. However, we aren't occupying it. It's a much larger space. There will be higher occupancy costs there for some of our departments because they have much more square footage. So I don't have a good answer for you.
The other thing that we also had is we have the obligation of the $2 million this year and next year and the following year that we have for the jail project. That was one thing that the council, yeah, it's not?
It's not $2 million a year.
No, it's $2 million. It's
in total.
700 and something a year, the $2 million. So that's over a 3-year period. We also have some other areas. PD1, because of legislation and the possibility that that's sunset, we pulled that back into the general fund, and the general fund paid for all of those costs. So that's something that came back into the general fund that we haven't had. So as we look at the overall budget and what's happened in the past and where we go in the future, the one thing that I don't quite understand is we have increased over and over and over again fees for this and fees for that and everything. And I do hear the taxpayers saying, we got hit with a huge property taxes. I understand that as we look at the whole thing, that you feel more comfortable if we went to the maximum. And even though it's not much, it's $4.75. But when do we, as the leaders in this community, say, we want to bring the faith back to you that we're trying to live within our means? And I guess that's the piece that if we can look at and be able to come up with, and we don't have to go to the max, but what are areas that we can actually help the taxpayers a little bit and not keep on saying, well, we're gonna take you all the way to the top because we can. The other thing that I have a problem with is once you have an additional 275 or 500,000 or $1 million, someone wants to do another budget amendment and spend it. So I guess all in all is how do we really be able to get, offer fire coverage, which seems to be the number one area that people in this community want. Number two, public safety, it's the police force. Number three has been garbage pickup. They want their garbage picked up every week. Those seems to be three top things that people want to have done. Other than that, they'll live with what they have. So I guess the real debate here is, do we go and put it into reserves and go with the max and leave it alone? Or do we go, as Councilwoman Oman has said, let's go with the minimum, because a lot of times people want to come back with budget amendments to go ahead and spend it out. I hear what you're saying. You're advocating to add the money and leave it there. But I do have a problem with that the money sits there and it's like a little kid going to a candy store. Someone wants to go and spend that whole dollar and get all the candy. So my whole thing is, I would like to make a motion this evening. I know it's before the public hearing. I would like to make a motion to delay this 2 weeks so we can send it back to the Budget Committee to come back and delve through all of this, and then come back in 2 weeks and bring it back to the full board. That's what I'd really like to see. So I make that as a motion.
And I think we can actually do that before the public hearing, because the public hearing would get to the, we would do that if it passed. Yeah, it's a procedural issue. Correct me, Gina, if you have any concern about not having the public hearing, it would do, if the motion passes. And it's a procedural, it's a delay thing.
No, Mayor, I think that council can continue, can keep the public hearing open, can continue it to the next business meeting.
Okay, so the motion is in order. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Owen.
Or Councilmember Boyd.
Or Councilmember.
I was going to talk to it after.
Oh, okay. So that is the motion. It's a procedural motion to delay this until after, to our next meeting, with the expectation that the Budget Committee would weigh in. Do you want to address either your motion or your second, or give it to Councilmember Boyd?
I mean, if we can't figure out $4.21 tonight, we're not getting the public's not getting what they paid us to do. Waiting for the Budget Committee to come back and say, not 421 or yes, 221. Let's just resolve this and get it over with. My goodness, this isn't brain surgery, people.
Mayor, I did.
Councilmember Owen?
Sorry. I don't disagree with you, Councilmember Boyette, that we could figure this out tonight. However, I think, I'm a little frustrated that what has happened at the Budget Committee has been mischaracterized, in my opinion. The situation with the fire department was highlighted generically, but not in dollar figures. And I feel like we are carrying over a panic about 24 into 25 without there having been really digging into and asking a lot of questions about the numbers. Now, we asked some, but I will tell you that I'm with Councilmember Kennedy. I think the minimum mills is what we should be. If I had my druthers, we'd keep it flat from last year and not raise taxes at all. But I think there's more conversation to be had here about how we really respect where people in this community are vis-a-vis financially hurting. Every dollar counts for a lot of people right now, and I'm not willing to be casual about that. So I wouldn't mind having another deeper discussion on this, and so that's why I seconded and would urge its adoption.
Can I speak on the
Okay, Councilmember Kennedy, your motion, and Councilmember Ripsis, I saw some others need.
Just to speak on the motion, it's not about the $4.25 or whatever. It's the idea that what is the real budget issue? Are we going to the max to make sure we have reserves, or are we just setting ourselves up to have another budget amendment and spend it out? And that's what the real crux of all of this is. It's not just voting this up or down tonight. It's where are we going in the future? If you need the reserves and we have confidence that we're going to be building up the reserves, then it might be to go to the max on the mills. But if it's looking at a ghost in the future and saying that the chief can't deliver and we're going to have this $975,000 shortfall again next year, so we hurry up and need to max out the mills that we have, then we better have some more discussion about it. Because I don't want in 6 months to come back and say, look what happened. Look what we did. We went ahead and we did the max and we're still in problems. So I would rather have it more in depth and then come back and then have a vote on it.
Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think we're going to have anything more in depth 2 days from now or 36 hours from now than we do right now. I'm going to be against delaying this. I think we can make this decision tonight. I was very vocal during the budget process that I thought we were not being very conscious or deliberate about the expenses that we're putting on. We knew that we had significant issues, staffing issues, both in fire and police, and we added a lot of costs during the budget discussion right here at this table that we didn't really dig into at the budget meeting. As I think Councilmember Owen pointed to, that we had some general discussions, but no real dollars out of any of that. And so I think we put ourselves in a position where the FY25 budget, forget about what happened in FY24, the FY25 budget, we're facing some significant challenges, and I think we're probably already blown through a good part of our assumptions that we made a few weeks ago. So I am going to be against delay. I'm going to be, if this fails, I will put forward a motion to adopt the max mills tonight, and I think we can have a good discussion in the budget committee next this Wednesday, next month, and ongoing about, if and when we allocate those dollars through additional budget amendments. It doesn't have to be made right away, open to any kind of thoughtful conversation on what we should do, even if it's set in reserves and wait for hopefully, that other shoe not to drop. And then we'll just be in a better condition for managing our cash flow throughout the year. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's called cost of services. That's what we do. We're not a for-profit corporation. We're not building reserves for anything more than to cover our cost of services. So the question is, how do we better cover our cost of services? And that's what a developer came in to speak to us many years ago and said, you're going to bury your taxpayers if you do not invest, sorry, if you do not invest in a high-quality tax base. If you don't do that and you have low-density residential, you will not be able to cover your costs. And that's where we're kind of at, because we haven't made investments in higher density, better quality commercial development that will allow us to cover those costs. So I will not support the motion to delay. I don't know what else we would find out. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Boyette, and then we'll try to move to a vote. It's getting late.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Nice, I guess.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve the minimum mills at 207.37.
Councilmember Boyette, I understand your sentiment here. Problem is, we haven't had a public hearing yet.
One motion made, though.
I'll make a second and then pause for public hearing.
Can we do that second and then pause for public hearing?
Second and then pause for the public hearing? Sure, absolutely, as long as we have the public hearing. Okay, so Gina, do you have any problem with that? I mean, as a practical matter, there's nobody here who's going to comment anyway. So we have a motion on the floor, substitute motion for approval at the maximum level.
Minimum.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was the minimum level? Okay. So we'll have a public hearing. So we'll open up for public hearing. Is there any public comment on this item? No one is coming forward. We close the public hearing. We've had it now. The substitute motion is for minimum level. Councilmember, either of you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I just can't see 2 weeks what it's going to change. And we're not talking about where the money's going to go tonight anyway, the $276,000. That's another time. I think we've beat this to death. Either we do 207 or 208.
But our understanding was your motion is on the merits for the minimum 207, so there is no 276.
Excuse me for saying that. We were just going in a big circle, and I want to resolve this. 2 weeks isn't going to resolve it. Let's resolve it tonight.
Okay, but I need to understand.
Minimum, correct.
Okay, all right, okay. So, Councilmember Nisa was your second, and then.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Roy, thank you for the make a motion. I agree with this. I support the lower amount. Truthfully, I support lower than that. However, as a compromise, I would support this, the 207.37. You know, I think we talked during the budget time, you know, the library, we're already overtaxing. We've got a huge reserve in libraries that they're not spending, and we didn't see anything really adjusting. That should be adjusted a lot farther down than 4.98 mils. That would probably help, again, alleviate some of the stress on the population. And so I will support this. I think this is a good compromise. It's our budget. Staff worked hard on the budget. We amended the budget. It's going to support the budget. We don't know what the future is going to hold, but we do know that in the past how the budget has turned out. Yes, we've had some unusual events that have caused some extra expenses. We've had the fire department having some overtime. We expect that to continue a little bit. I guess just pray for the fire department, pray for the finance department, and make sure things can work out, and that we don't overspend like we do, in prior years. But I think this is good compromise. I'd like to see it settled tonight. I don't think we need to put it off again. I'd love to see in the future, Andy, some of the things you're talking about, the different reserves, but I think at this time maybe we'll look at that next year. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Shaw has been very quiet, but I see her yellow hand. So, Councilmember Shaw, did somebody else have you?
I had my hand up, but she can.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick. I've been listening. I just want to say I'm a no on this. I definitely support the max. I think we cut the parks budget by $600,000 as just one area that we probably should backfill. But the point I wanted to make is I don't think in 5 years, have ever heard Andy come in front of council and say something like, I really strongly recommend this body considers X, Y, Z. I take that pretty seriously, and so I'm going to back his recommendation and vote no on this. But I would vote for a substitute motion or an alternative if this fails. Thanks.
Very good. Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this motion. I think it's the right move. I think it's the right thing to do. We made some tough decisions on the utility side of the equation, and I supported those. I can't commend Councilmember Gulick enough for his work on stormwater. Those were hard votes because they were expensive votes, but I think they were the right things to do to protect the taxpayers from catastrophic failures from not investing in critical infrastructure. And critical infrastructure is a core part of what we do. So I think we owe it to people in light of those significant utility changes to run this budget as lean as we can. With inflation out there, with people being challenged, we can do better to tighten our belts. I don't disagree with a long-term strategy of growing revenues, but I don't think this is the year that we do it. I think we know that this 20737 is going to fund the budget. I think it's going to keep us above minimum reserves. We are going to be fine. And we owe it to the taxpayers to not collect extra dollars just in case. Because keep in mind, we're building reserves for planned capital projects. We are funding critical infrastructure. We are doing what we're supposed to do at 20737. To add money to that just because it feels better, this is not the fiscal year for that. It's just not. We need to be cognizant of the fact that the public is saying they are frustrated with the tax situation locally. They have voted down levies. They are upset about utility costs, and whether or not that's accurate or plays out, people are frustrated, and we need to hear that. We have a chance tonight to say we're going to do our best to run this budget lean and tight for a fiscal year, to let you absorb utility costs, to let you absorb what's going on in your fiscal budget. We're going to run lean and tight, and I think we can do it because we've budgeted to do it. So I think this is the right thing to go to the minimum mills, and I'll support it.
Very good. Councilmember Tidswell, Councilmember Joy, I'll make some comments. We should move to a vote hours late.
I'm going to go ahead and support the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It goes back to cost of services. You can't run a deficit in a municipality. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a deficit. You have to cover your cost of services. Spending your reserves is a one-time deal. Those reserves, I don't feel that I really understand what was cut in order to, and this is the previous budget, but it will be this coming budget too. If you don't understand how the reserves get built, then you're not very cognizant of what you're trading off when you spend them. And everything is a trade-off. Absolutely everything. You don't get something for nothing. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So I won't support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I've made my opinion clear. I don't think we have a balanced budget here, so I think we're going to need the $276,000. But it is just a good reminder, the world's not going to end either way. It's $276, $4.21 for a median homeowner. That's what we're talking about here. So, but I am concerned we don't have a real balanced budget. And we may need these dollars, so better to be safe than sorry. But my prediction is that this will deadlock on both options, and we'll let Councilor Aspenlider decide, which is why we have an odd number of council members. But are we ready to vote, council? Okay, so let's do a show of hand. Again, the motion is for the minimum amount. That's the motion that's before you. So if in favor of the minimum amount, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the minimum amount, which is the motion before us, council members Neese, Owen, Kennedy, Tidswell, and Boyad. If vote, which is 5. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are council members Gulick, Joy, Cole, Rupsis, and Shaw. So as predicted, we do not have a majority there, so that motion fails.
Procedural order.
Okay, and then I'm going to recognize Councilmember Ripsis.
Yes. During a lot of the meeting, Kendra wasn't on screen as required by our laws, so I'd like you to rule on that, whether or not her vote actually counts, because we do have a policy and procedure that you should be on screen the entire time during discussions.
Councilmember Neese, why didn't you point that out at the time?
I didn't think she was going to vote on it because she was off screen.
I'm going to turn to our parliamentarian. I don't know that that's what the agenda, there is something about attendance and say on screen or just, you're saying not visible? Or, I mean, we lost the connection or? Okay. I'll let our parliamentarian, unless Councilmember, it does directly involve Councilmember Shaw, so I'll let her comment if she would like to, but then I'll look, and that'll be a bit of a brief delay.
I'll jump in on that. I've been here the whole time. My screen doesn't show. I couldn't see you guys for a while, so I wasn't actually even sure you could see me. I'm still just seeing the big agenda item 3, property tax mill levy screen.
Okay, but Councilmember Shaw, you're saying that you've been present and could at least hear the whole discussion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mayor,
Gina, are you prepared?
that's okay with me. I believe you make the decision on that. It sounds to me like she was present. I just didn't know if she was or not.
Oh, okay, thank you for that clarification. With that, Gina, I'm not, I don't know that we have
It is a point of order that the presiding officer must decide. It's not really a parliamentary question. So based on the resolution, I'm happy to recite what the resolution says, but it's really up to you to make the determination on that point of order.
I'm not going to elevate any sort of form over substance. Councilmember says she's been with us. No reason to think she hasn't. So, but thank you for raising the issue. That motion fails. Councilmember Ripsis.
We'll try this. I'll offer a substitute motion to approve the resolution setting the max mills.
Okay. Councilmember, let's see if we have a second. And is it appropriate to get a second?
Mayor, if I may, I believe the motion made by Councilmember Boyett was a substitute motion, so you have Councilmember Kennedy's motion on the floor now?
Okay. Okay, so the substitute motion has failed, just to clarify. So that brought us back to the original motion, which was the delay to the Budget Committee, right? So that's what's on our table. But now we have a second substitute motion. It's not a substitute to a substitute, but it's a second substitute after the first one has failed. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Second.
Councilmember Ripsis makes the substitute motion. Councilmember Joy makes the second. Do you want to top it? Is there any need for further discussion?
I just offer this to see if there's a way to either resolve this tonight or if we have to go to the delay option.
Okay. If this fails, then we just put it off to the next agenda, I'm assuming.
That kind of sounds like my motion.
Well, there's some truth to that, but I don't know of any other alternative. That's what would happen there. So, right? Okay, so any need for discussion, we're ready to vote. Okay, so, Councilmember Owen?
I would just put on the record, I know it doesn't matter, and I know this will probably annoy some people, but I think were Councilmember Aspenleiter here, he would have voted to support the minimum, for what it's worth.
It's possible. I just remember a conversation in which he was quite adamant that we should levy to the max. So I'm not sure that is true, but
Well, it was today when I talked to him.
Okay, so he's apparently changed he may have changed his mind. Who knows? So.
Are we voting on Kennedy's motion or Tom's? Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so it's Councilmember Ripsis' motion. So, ready to vote? Okay, so if in favor of Councilmember Ripsis' substitute motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Ripsis, Shaw, Gulick, Joy, and Cole. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition are the other 5. So that motion also fails. So we do not have resolution on this issue. So that's brings us to something pretty close to Councilmember Kennedy's result, I think. That's right. So we don't have any way to resolve this issue tonight. We'll look for it on our next council agenda.
So we have a motion on the table.
Unless he withdraws it.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, you're right. That the substitute motion fails, so it brings us back to Councilmember Kennedy's original motion. Put this off to the next meeting, but also to refer it to the Budget Committee, I guess. That was part of your motion, right?
That is my motion.
Okay, and we had a second at that time. I don't remember who. So if in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed to that?
What? I think he just did 5-5. Can we get a show of hands on
The
that?
motion passes. But I think we actually do need for the minutes, those in favor of Councilmember Kennedy's motion, raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Neese, Owen, Kennedy, Tidswell, and Cole. So that was 5. If voting in opposition?
It's 5.
Another 5? Okay, well, so that motion fails, but that's just the de facto, that's what has to happen, right?
Unless there's a motion for reconsideration.
Tonight we continue, you see.
Because that failed. We just stay here.
Make a motion to adjourn.
At some point, a motion to adjourn will be in order.
I did make a motion to adjourn.
Well, we're not through with our agenda, I guess, so.
I'll offer another potential motion.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'd offer one partly in between here, where we levy the max mills for the general and public safety funds and the minimum mills for the library and transit.
What's that math?
It's very little. It's 29 cents off of the 421.
Second.
0.38 more mills.
Could you repeat your motion, Councilmember Rupes?
Pass a resolution in levying the maximum mills for the general and public safety funds, but the minimum mill scenario for the library and transit. So saving 0.07 mills, which is 29 cents. It's 0.07 mills, which is 29 cents.
Okay, if the motion is clear, was there a second, Councilmember Gulick? Okay, and the Geo, library, and ballpark, those are fixed, so there's no change there. Okay, there's a motion that's seconded. It's probably obvious the merits for it. Are we ready to vote, or anybody want to address the motion? We can take a stab at that. If in favor, ready to vote? Okay, everybody understands the motion? So if in favor of Councilmember Rips's motion, raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Boyette, and Councilmember Ripsis. So,
Point of order.
let me finish the vote, and unless there's some reason I can't. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Neese, Owen, Kennedy, and Tidswell. The motion passes. Councilmember Neese, your point of order?
Yeah, there was a motion to adjourn on table before this motion.
There was no second.
I second it.
You didn't recognize it, Mayor.
Okay. I'm sorry, Councilor Boyette?
We hadn't finished public comment or council initiatives. We haven't finished the meeting yet.
That was my, I think I had overruled the motion as not being in order because we hadn't completed, our regular agenda.
I don't think that's how that works.
I didn't recognize, okay, I did not hear the second, but if this is a parliamentary issue, we can go back and address that motion, assuming you want to pursue this matter. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Owen with your motion and second.
Yeah, I think we're missing a council member that is important to this. There's no reason to continue on this discussion. It's it's a 5-5 until just recently with a little bit of split, but there's a lot to this issue that as was expressed, that, you know, this saving the residents 94 cents? I mean, that's 29 cents. That's just, I mean, we're not really working hard to try and make this budget skinny at being a 29-cent savings.
Yeah, Gina, is the motion to adjourn something we have to deal with? I didn't recognize it, but we did proceed to a vote. There wasn't any objection, any point of order made before we had entertained the next motion or recognized the next motion.
Yes, I think that the point should have been brought up before the vote was taken, but a motion to adjourn is appropriate at any time and can be made at any time, even if the agenda is not complete.
So I assume that the vote we had, the second motion, is simply null, and we will come back to that if the motion fails. If it passes, then we're adjourned. Right? So, okay, that's what we'll do. We've got the motion to adjourn by Councilmember Neese. We've got a second by Councilmember Owen. I doubt that's debatable, or maybe it is, I don't know, but.
A motion to adjourn?
Yeah.
Is debatable.
It is debatable. So is there any discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. A motion to adjourn is not debatable, sorry.
So
Got-
there's
get
no
my words
discussion,
out
we'll
there.
proceed to the vote. So if in favor of the motion made by Councilmember Neese to adjourn, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Neese and Owen, Kennedy, Tidswell, and Boyette. If voting in opposition,
Did he just vote to adjourn?
it's the same, deadlocked 5. So the motion fails. So that brings us back to Councilmember Rufus's motion.
I would reoffer my motion to have a split the difference kind of resolution where we levy the max mills for the general and public safety funds and the minimum mills scenario for the library and transit funds.
Okay, and second by Councilmember Gulick. Is there any discussion on the current motion? Councilmember Owen?
Just briefly, I appreciate the effort to try to strike a common ground, but this isn't it. This is just making up numbers. I think we ought to think about this more carefully, whether there can be reductions in other areas. I know members have concerns about some of the amendments that were adopted. We can take a look at those and see if modifying those would modify mills necessary, but I don't think this is the moment to just sort of pluck numbers out of thin air. We clearly have a member missing. We clearly have a deep divide on council. I think for something of this seriousness, we should be a little more respectful.
Very good. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. If the motion is clear, if in favor of Councilmember Rips's motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Gulick, Joy, Cole, Rupsis, and Shaw. Okay, if voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Boyette, Kennedy, Tidswell, and Boyette. So we're back to, we'll stay here all night.
Mayor, can we just make a motion to table this to the next business meeting?
There's no motion on the table at this point.
I'll make a motion to table it till the next business meeting.
The motion is to table it until the next meeting.
Point of order, didn't we already vote on that?
Yes, we did.
We
That was the
did,
original
and it was
amendment.
defeated, but.
And so
The
in
motion
order
was
for it to
to-
come back up, it would have to be brought as a reconsideration, right?
Technically, his motion was to table and refer. And so if Councilmember Neese is just saying table, I would argue that's a different motion.
And I don't know whether procedural
We're talking about
matter-
postponing, not tabling, correct? Postponing, delaying to the next business
Postponing,
meeting, not
correct, to the next
tabling.
meeting. Chris, you want to comment on this fund?
I recognize the $250,000 out of a $500 million budget doesn't change, but it significantly means something in your conversation. We're borrowing money short-term to finish the City Hall project. In managing my own budget, personal budget, and the personal budgets of our constituents, I think that is worth considering. The less we borrow, the less we pay the bank. and the more we invest in capital. So I would advocate that we don't just add to our reserve. Yes, I realize I would advocate not tonight, because you can't do it tonight, but that if we have an additional 270 or 250 or some number that you agree on, that it ought to pay down debt so that our taxpayers aren't paying interest on the biggest capital, one of the most significant general fund capital projects that's been done in recent history for the criminal justice system and the new City Hall project. I doubt that changes anything, but I just wanted to put that on the table to you, as I think it's worthy, as well as your comments of how symbolic this is and real this is to our taxpayers, as well as to the issue of someone feeling like we're just growing the reserves so that Andy sleeps better. Thank you.
Okay, we sort of had a motion to postpone, but there was some issue of its propriety, whether we can go back or whether it's the second shot bite at that apple. But I'm going to just ask Councilmember Boyette, before we ask Gina to weigh in on that procedural issue, can we do that? Councilmember Boyette, was there something you wanted to
Well,
add?
I guess my real concern wasn't the 276,000. It's the fact that there are 10 of us tonight and we can't agree on what day it is. Maybe we do need the ace over here, Councilman Aspenleiter, to break it, but I wish we would get together better. I don't know how we're going to do this. If it takes 2 weeks to get together, because then we're going to have to vote on it. So I'm going to say let's move it for 2 weeks, but let's get together and visit about this as a group so that we don't look like a bunch of kids up here not deciding, I don't want this and you want that and I do, kind of thing. I'm sorry to say that, but.
Yeah, no, don't disagree. Gina, you want to weigh in here on the procedural issue?
Thank you, Mayor.
Is this motion in order?
It is, I think, as Councilmember Owen pointed out, it is a different motion. Councilmember Kennedy's motion was to postpone and refer to committee. Whoever made the motion, Councilmember Neese made the motion simply to delay to the next business meeting and not refer it. He didn't include that. So it is technically a different motion.
Is the Budget Committee barred from talking about this?
No, I don't think it's barred from talking about it. It's just not being referred to
All right,
committee.
so we've got a motion to put this off to the next week or next meeting. I don't see that we have any practical alternative to that personally. So if in favor of the motion to postpone this to our next business meeting, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of that, Councilmembers Gulick, Neese, Owen, Joy, Cole, Kennedy, Tidswell, Boyette. If voting and also Councilmember Shaw, if voting in opposition, please raise your hand, Councilmember Neese. So that motion passes. That motion passes. Thank you. That was hard work. Appreciate your.
It wasn't Neese.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Neese. I apologize. That was Councilmember Ripsis voting in opposition. Appreciate your efforts here. There are bigger issues here, obviously, than the $276,000 and the $4.21. But appreciate your attitude in maintaining positive through that extra effort there. That concludes our regular agenda. Do we have, so let me look for my next. Public comment on items not on our agenda. Yes. Sorry, Yanni. Okay, any council initiatives? No. We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.